Vanakkam. To the heart of Tamil Nadu from the historic banks of Kaveri, get ready for the biggest tax event of the year from the Rockford city. Trichy District Tax Practitioners Association and All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, South Zone is set to host the Tax Symposium 2025, a one-day conference on March 22nd. Join us at the Ruby Hall, PLA Ratna Residency, near the Central Bus Stand, for a day of insightful discussions and expert guidance. Don't miss this opportunity to connect, learn, and grow. Register early for just 1,500 rupees before March 15th. And for your stay, PLA Ratna Residency and PLA Krishna Inn offer special tariff rates for attendee. Contact the numbers on screen for bookings. Nandri.
states and union territories, promoting education in taxation laws and related fields. With over 10,500 individual members and 144 affiliated professional associations, AIFTP is a leading national organization dedicated to enhance the expertise and ethical standards of tax professionals. AIFTP actively contributes to the tax law development through public interest litigations, pre- and post-budget representations, legal publications, and educational conferences at national and international levels. Committed to professional integrity and national integration, AIFTP has played a pivotal role in judicial reforms, member welfare initiatives, and advancement of taxation knowledge for over 4 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we now invite our esteemed dignitaries to the stage. Their presence today enriches this prestigious Tax Symposium 2025, and we are privileged to have them with us. I request distinguished guests to come forward and take their place on the stage.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
The landscape of the taxation is constantly evolving, and it is essential that we as practitioners remain aware of the latest developments and challenges in this ever-changing field. The symposium provides us with an excellent opportunity to learn from one another, share experience and explore the perspectives. Today's sessions promise to cover a wide range of relevant topics from emerging trends in tax policies to practical solutions for day-to-day challenges faced by the tax practitioners. We are fortunate to have expert faculty who will provide their insights and engage with us in the thought-provoking discussion. I welcome the faculty for today: CCA Ajit Sivadas, CCA Praveen Kumar, CCA Johnny sir, and Neelakandan Quizmaster. I encourage each of us to actively participate, ask questions, and network with fellow professionals and make the most of this event. It is only through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can continue to grow as practitioners and contribute positively to the future of our profession. Once again, I welcome you all and hope you find the sessions informative, engaging, and inspiring. Let us make today a productive and enriching experience for all. Before continuing my speech, a 2-minute silence for the departed soul, Mr. S. Nagakrishnan, Tirupati Tax Practitioners Association President. Thank you, sir.
Entering this sacred land, we invoke the spirit of enlightenment to guide our journey ahead. It is my honor to invite our distinguished guests, Mr. Dr. Ali Sulaiman, Mr. S. Seegar, Mr. Mallari Srinivasa Rao, past National President, Shri V. Govindarajan, Shri M. Jayaraman, Shri K. R. Karisamy Pandian, IRS, and Shri T. Anandakrishnan, IRS, M. V. Jayakumar, Mr. M. V. Jayakumar, to grace this occasion by lighting the invite Mr. Jafar Ali Sulaiman, Zone Chairman of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, to deliver presidential address.
Respected distinguished chief guest P. Anandakrishnan IRS, Commissioner CGST and Central Excise, Trichy, guest of honor Sri K.R. Karupasamy Pandian, IRS, Joint Commissioner Income Tax, Trichy, Sri Jayaraman, Joint Commissioner SGST, Trichy, past National President Sri Malladi Srinivas Rao, National Vice President Sri MVJ Kumar, past National Joint Secretary G. Bhaskar, past Chairman of South Zone M. Ganeshan, Secretary V. N. Anil, Treasurer of FT South Zone N. Sendil Kumar, Conference Chairman and President of TDTPA S. Sumar, Convener S. Sridhar, Sri Suresh, Sri Govardhan Rajulu, and members of other professional bodies, my professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to all. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today at this prestigious tax conference. As you know, in recent years, India's taxation system has witnessed a significant reforms. From the introduction of GST to faceless assessment and digital compliance, these changes have streamlined process, enhanced transparency, and improved ease of doing business. However, they also pose challenges for the tax practitioners and the businessmen alike. As a member of AFTP, our mission is to bridge the gap between the tax authorities and the taxpayers by providing clarity, guidance, and advocacy on pressing issues, and ensuring that the principles of equity and justice are upheld. As you know, the world of taxation is undergoing a seismic transformation. Rapid technological advancements, the global push for transparency, and the increasing complexity of law demands that we as professionals remain agile, informed, and proactive. The introduction of digital tools, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology in tax administration is not just a trend but a paradigm shift. It is imperative that we embrace these changes and equip ourselves with the skills and knowledge to stay ahead. For the benefit of dignitaries on the stage and also members of TDTPA, I am proud to say that AIFTP is one of the largest professional bodies of tax practitioners, comprising advocates, chartered accountants, company secretaries, cost and management accountant, and tax practitioners. It has 144 professional associations as its affiliated members, in addition to nearly 11,000 active life members from 29 states and 4 union territories. education, ethics, and excellence. Excellence can be achieved only through education and ethics. As part of education, these types of tax conferences have been conducted across the nation. AFTP's commitment to its members and public. This is the second one in a row of this month a seminar is conducting. It would not have been happened without the support of each and every one of you present here. As part of continuing education, the AFTP South Zone also started a webinar on Income Tax Bill 2025 and it gets underway. Let us remember that our collective efforts have the power to shape the future of taxation in India. Let us strive to create a system that is not only efficient and transparent but also fosters economic growth and social equity. Today, we have vibrant speakers, Sri C. Ajit Sivadas and C.A. Praveen Kumar, and also our member Sri Neelakandan. In conclusion, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our organizing committee, sponsors, and all of you for making this conference possible. Together, let us embark on this journey of learning, collaboration, and progress. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Jai Hind.
Honoring excellence is a tradition that reflects the deepest gratitude and respect. I invite Mr. Sridhar, convener and legal advisor, to felicitate the council.
Good morning to you all. Happy to meet you all. Respected dignitaries, esteemed members of the AIFTP Southern Zone, distinguished guests and dear colleagues. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today at the Tax Symposium 2025. A remarkable initiative jointly organized by the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners Southern Zone and the Trichy District Tax Practitioners Association. This symposium serves as a crucial platform for knowledge sharing, professional growth, and meaningful discussions on the evolving landscape of taxation. You all know pretty well that taxation plays a fundamental role in shaping the economic framework of our nation. It is not just a statutory obligation that has been conferred on us, but also a reflection of our collective responsibility towards national development. Further to state that the policies that has been framed by the government to ensure compliance of taxation is the foremost importance for all of us. The ever-changing tax laws, judicial precedents, and policy reforms require professionals to stay informed, adaptable, and proactive in navigating complexities. In this regard, this forum like these provide invaluable opportunities to engage with the experts, deliberate on emerging challenges, and explore innovative solutions. I take this moment to commend the dedication of the tax professionals, advocates, chartered accountants, cost accountants, company secretaries, and who are all contributing to the economy by giving more taxes to the government, and also to the academicians who contribute immensely to ensure tax compliance, resolving disputes, and upholding the principles of justice and fairness in taxation. Your expertise and commitment strengthen the financial backbone of the nation. Without the financial stability, we all know that there may not be any economic development at all. Therefore, this is very important to foster on the trust between the taxpayers and the administration. As we move forward, it is imperative that we embrace technology, promote ethical practices, that is very, very important for us, and work towards a tax ecosystem and improve our economy to the maximum extent possible. And I am very confident that the insightful sessions and discussions in this symposium will inspire new perspectives and strategies for the future of taxation. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers, especially to our chairman, Trichy District Tax Practitioners Association, Mr. Sukumarji, and also for the other organizers for their meticulous efforts in bringing together such a distinguished gathering. Wishing you all participants a fruitful and enriching conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
It is time to invite the guest of honor and chief guest to share their insights with the audience. First, I wish to invite Sri Malari Srinivasan, esteemed past and national president of AIFTP. He is the true pillar of strength and leadership. He has been the backbone of the tax practitioner fraternity, tirelessly working for its growth and progress. Under his visionary tenure, he achieved a remarkable milestone, surpassing 10,000 live memberships in AIFTP, setting a benchmark of excellence and unity. His dedication and contribution continue to inspire generations in the field. Sir, I request you to share your insights with the audience.
Good morning. Today's presiding officer, our Southern Zone Chairman, and the guest of honors and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and all the delegates, very warm welcome and good morning to each and everyone. Nowadays, the physical conferences are very lesser than the online conferences. That's why the AFTP is one of the platform to conduct the programs on physical in various parts of the country, from north to east and west to south. All the places we are conducting the programs for the knowledge, improvement of the members, and betterment of the practice. These are the two eyes of the motto of AFTP. But changing scenario, the taxation laws from 2010 onwards, the online system is introduced in income tax 2010, and subsequently it is also introduced in the VAT laws as well as in continuation of GST law. Whereas the online process and online systems are going on, in between nowadays the artificial intelligence is very more important vital role of the profession. If the advocate or chartered accountant or a practitioner or whatever it may be, the whatever it may be, the person or the member of the organization to get the knowledge from the eminents and paper writers, wherever the eminents are there in the country, we are giving the knowledge sharing with the eminents and the master of the subjects. This part of southern zone, the corner of the country, we requested our people to conduct a one-day conference or two-day conference over here, and we will come all the way from wherever we are. From number of places of country, the number of people are come out there from various places for attending this conference. It is also one good symposium for the benefit of the fellow members. In this way, the members of the South, our Madurai Saravanan, very well known, or Bhaskar is known, and other Ganeshan, they are all known about the programs and they have attended various places in all over the country. And my request, whenever it is possible, you can attend the AFTP programs, National Tax Conferences in other zones. Is also one of the requirement by the members of the federation, because in what way the programs are conducting, in what way the persons are involved over there in the other zones, that is also one of the good aspect to the profession, to our fraternity also. And finally, this type of one-day programs on physical, but not on online platform, only on physical, is more and more required. Wherever the people calls in nook and corners of the half-day seminar, one-day seminar, we will come in for that program and gracing the occasion and meet all the oldest friends and new friends of the federation for a hospitality and each and everything. I congratulate the organizers and all the delegates today for a good conference and good subjects taken over by the organizers, and these subjects will enrich the knowledge to the fraternity for the purpose of their future practice and endeavors. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Subsequently, a request, Shri M. Jairam, Joint Commissioner, State Tax, Trichy, to address the audience.
Respected Commissioner Central GST and Central Excise, respected Joint Commissioner of Income Tax, and dear Office Bearers of the All India Tax Federation of Taxpayers Association, as well as the Trichy District Taxpayers Association, other participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be a part of this grand event. As far as the Trichy Division State GST is concerned, the division comprises 4 revenue districts, namely Ariyalur, Perambalur, Trichy and Pudukkottai revenue district. We have more than 23,000 taxpayers base, along with the revenue of around 95 crores per month, a GST alone. Equal amount of CGST as well as IGST is also there. This is a brief information about the Trichy Division State GST. Under the GST, the role of the tax practitioner is a very important one, as we all know. From time to time, the department issues various circulars, notifications to address the concerns of the taxpayers. It is the tax practitioners who actually carry the message to the doorsteps of the taxpayers, and it is they who actually explain the various intricate provisions of the Act to the taxpayers. So in that way, the role of the tax practitioners is a commendable one in the successful implementation of the GST Act. So at this point of time, in addition to that, I also want to place two requests to the participants. One is the ongoing waiver scheme. It has already been introduced, and we have conducted meeting at to various stakeholders at various point of time. The payment, the scheme will be in force till the 31st of March. So far we have received more than applications from more than 300 taxpayers. Still a sizable number of taxpayers have to file under the scheme. The eligibility, everything already we have explained during the various meetings. So you are very well aware of the eligibility criteria for coming under this scheme. So I take this opportunity to inform the taxpayers to come under the scheme, because the time availability is a short one. Apart from that, another one is that the filing of returns in time. Almost we receive returns on time from more than 80% of the taxpayers. The rest of the taxpayers are concerned, that is nearly some 20%. They used to file return belatedly. Though the Act permits filing of return belatedly with interest, but it leads to some other complications. That is non-realization of revenue on time by the government. It also affects the ITC claim for the recipients. So I request all the practitioners who are attending this conference now to educate the taxpayers to file the return on time. So our relationship will continue forever. So I look forward to your continued cooperation in the days to come. Once again, I extend my thanks to the office bearers for giving me this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Following Jayaraman, sir, I invite Mr. Govindarajulu, representative Tamil Nadu Traders Association, to share his insight. He serves as a State General Secretary of Tamil Nadu Traders Association, and he played a vital role in representing and addressing the concerns of traders across the state. With his deep understanding of trade policies, taxation and business regulations, Mr. Govindarajulu has been instrumental in voicing the needs of the trading community and ensuring their interest. His leadership has contributed significantly to strengthen the network of traders and foster a more business-friendly environment in Tamil Nadu. Sir, the stage is yours.
திருச்சி மாவட்ட வரி ஆலோசகர்கள் சங்கத்தினுடைய இந்த நிகழ்வுக்கு தலைமை பொறுப்பேற்றிருக்கின்ற சங்கத்துடைய தலைவர் சுகுமார் அவர்களே, ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர் ஸ்ரீதர் அவர்களே, மற்றும் இங்கே வந்திருக்கின்ற சவுத் ஜோனை சேர்ந்த நிர்வாகிகளே, தமிழ்நாடு முழுவதும் வந்திருக்கின்ற இந்த சங்கத்தினுடைய உறுப்பினர்களே, சிறப்புரையாற்ற வந்திருக்கின்ற ஜிஎஸ்டி சென்ட்ரல் எக்ஸைஸினுடைய கமிஷனர் திரு அனந்தகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களே, மற்றும் இன்கம் டேக்ஸினுடைய ஜேசி திரு கருப்புசாமி பாண்டியன் அவர்களே, தமிழ்நாடுடைய சேல் டேக்ஸினுடைய ஜேசி ஐயா ஜெயராமன் அவர்களே, அனைவருக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு வணிக சங்க பேரவையின் சார்பாக காலை வணக்கம் தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு, எங்களுக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டுன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது, வியாபாரிகளுக்குனாவே ஒரு 3 டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் தான் எங்களுக்கு பயம் பொதுவாகவே. அந்த 3 டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இங்கே வந்துருக்கிறாங்க. அது ஜிஎஸ்டியாக இருக்கட்டும், இன்கம் டேக்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், எல்லாத்துக்கும் மேலே அவங்கள்ட்ட இருந்து கூட தப்பிச்செல்லாம் போட்டுருக்கு. சேல் டேக்ஸ்லேருந்து வந்திருக்கிறார் அதிகாரி. அவங்களாம் உண்மையாலுமே எங்களுக்கு எங்கள் வியாபாரிகளை கூப்பிட்டுருந்தா வந்திருக்க மாட்டாங்க. நம்ம எல்லாருமே எங்களுக்கு ஒரே இது வந்து எங்கள் ஆடிட்டர் பார்த்துப்பார், எங்கள் ஆடிட்டர் பார்த்துப்பார், எங்கள் அக்கௌண்டன்ட் பார்த்துப்பாருன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஏன்னா இது முக்கியமான துறையை சார்ந்த இந்த நிகழ்வு. அவங்க வந்திருக்கின்றாங்க. எல்லாருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம் தெரிவித்து, வியாபாரிகளுக்கு வந்து இன்றைக்கி வந்து தொழில் பண்ணுறதே மிக கடுமையான கஷ்டம், ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். கடையில் ஒரு ஆட்கள் கிடைக்கிறது கஷ்டம், அதே மாதிரி அக்கௌண்டன்ட் கிடைக்கிறது கஷ்டம். இன்றைக்கி வந்து யாருமே வந்து தொழில் செய்திருக்கிறவர்களுடைய பிள்ளைகள் வந்து யாருமே திருப்பு தொழிலுக்கு வருவதற்கு வந்து வர்றது கிடையாது. காரணம், இருக்கின்ற வியாபாரிகளுக்கு இருக்கின்ற அவங்க தகப்பனார், அண்ணன்கள், அவங்க குடும்பத்தில் படுற கஷ்டம் பார்த்து யாருமே இப்போ இருக்கிற காலத்தினுடைய பசங்கள் வந்து தொழில் பண்ணுறதுக்கு மட்டும் வரமாட்டாங்க. வரக்கால சூழ்நிலையே கிடையாது. ஆனால் எல்லாருமே வந்து நிறையா பார்த்திங்கன்னா சிஏ படிக்க போகணுன்னு நினைக்கிறாங்க. ஏன்னா சிஏக்கு அவ்வளோ வந்து வேலை அதிகமாக இருக்கின்றது. சிஏ வந்து ஒரு முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த ஒரு வணிகத்தை சார்ந்த ஒரு அக்கௌண்டன்ட் சம்மந்தப்பட்ட ஒரு விஷயமா இருக்கிறது எல்லாம் முடிக்கின்றார்கள். வியாபாரிகளுக்கு ஒரு பிரச்சனைனா உடனே நாங்கள் கேட்குறன்றது வந்து ஆடிட்டர் தான். என்ன சார் பண்ணுறது, வண்டியை பிடிச்சிட்டாங்க, பில் இல்லாமல் வண்டியை பிடிச்சிட்டாங்க, இல்லாட்டா சின்ன ஒரு கரெக்ஷன் இருக்கும், தேதியை மாற்றிருப்பாங்க, இல்லை வண்டியுடைய நம்பர் மாற்றிருப்பாங்க, எதாக இருந்தாலும் வண்டியை பிடிச்சிட்டாங்க. நைட்டு 12 மணி 1 மணி நேரம் முன்னாடிலாம் காவல்துறை எழுப்புவாங்க, பொங்கலை தான் எழுப்ப வேண்டிய ஒரு சூழ்நிலைக்கு வந்து வியாபாரிகள் தள்ளப்பட்டுட்டாங்க. அதனாலே இப்போ நிறைய ஆடிட்டர்ஸ் நிறையா பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நைட்டு 11 மணிக்கு மேலே நீங்கள் செல் ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுறீங்கன்னு எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும். காலையில் தான் நீங்கள் செல் ஆஃப் பண்ணுறீங்க. எனக்கு எதுக்கு நைட்டு போய் முன்னாடிலாம் இப்போ கூப்பிட மாட்டாங்க, ஆனால் இப்போ கூப்பிட்றாங்க, இதுக்கு தான் கூப்பிடுவாங்க போடுறதுன்றது தெரியும். அதனால தான் அதிகாரிங்க என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, நைட்டில் வண்டியை பிடிக்கிறது, பகலில் பிடிக்கிறது கிடையாது. ஏன்னா நீங்கள் போய் ஏதாவது 4 கொஸ்டின் கேட்பீங்க, கேள்வி கேட்பீங்க, பிடிக்கிறது. நைட்டில் பிடிச்சாச்சுன்னா அவன் என்ன லாரிக்காரன் என்ன பண்ணுவான், லாரிக்காரன் வந்து ஓனரை எழுப்புவான், பிரச்சனை. எங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் சுகமமான முறையில் இன்கம் டேக்ஸும் சரி, ஜிஎஸ்டியும் சரி, உண்மையாலுமே சுகமமான முறையில் இருக்கின்றது. நான் வந்து சேல் டேக்ஸுடைய ஜேசி வந்திருக்கிறார்கள், அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு தாழ்மையான வைக்கிற ஒரு கோரிக்கை. தமிழக அரசு மூலமாக தான் வணிகர்களுக்கு நிறைய பிரச்சனைகள் இருக்கின்றது. ஜிஎஸ்டினாலேயோ இன்கம் டேக்ஸ்னாலேயோ எங்களுக்கு நிச்சயமாக பிரச்சனை இல்லை. அப்படியே இருந்தாலும் 1-2 யாரோ ஒருத்தர் தவறு செய்கிறதுனால இருந்திருக்கலாம். ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு நிறைய பிரச்சனைகள் கிடையாது. தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய சேல் டேக்ஸ்னால் தான் நிறைய பிரச்சனைகள் இருக்கின்றது. அதை நாங்கள் கூட சென்ற வாரம் அப்படியே அந்த வணிகத்துறை அமைச்சர் மூர்த்தி அவர்களிடம் கமிஷனர் வச்சுக்கிட்டு ஆலோசனை கூட்டம் போட்டு எந்தெந்த விதத்தெல்லாம் வியாபாரிகள் பாதிக்கப்படுகின்றார்கள், எங்களுக்கு வந்து இது என்ன வழிமுறைப்படுத்தப்படுறது சொல்லியிருக்கிறார்கள். உடனடியாக முதலமைச்சரையும் நேரடியாக ஒரு இல்லத்தில் சென்று அவர்களையும் சந்தித்து பல்வேறு கோரிக்கைகளை வலியுறுத்தியிருக்கின்றோம். வருகின்ற மே 5 வணிகர் தின மாநில மாநாடு சென்னையில் மிக பிரமாண்டமாக நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. அந்த மாநில மாநாட்டுக்கு ஒரு 5 லட்சத்துக்கு மேற்பட்ட வணிகர்கள் கலந்து கொள்வார்கள். அதே போல் அந்த மாநாட்டு நிகழ்வுலையும் வந்து முதலமைச்சர் வந்து கலந்துக்கிறாங்க. இந்த மாநாட்டு நிகழ்வுலையும் அப்போ வந்து நானும் என்னுடைய அமைப்புடைய தலைவர் விக்ரமராஜாவும் முதலமைச்சர்கள் நிறைய விஷயங்கள் பேசினோம். அப்போ கூட சொன்னோம், உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு கெட்ட பேர் வருதுன்னா அது வணிகவரித்துறை சம்மந்தப்பட்ட கெட்ட பேர் தான் இருக்கும், அதை நீங்கள் மாற்றி அமைக்க வேண்டும். ஏன்னா அதிகாரிகள் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அவங்க வந்து எந்த அரசு இருந்தாலும் வேலை செய்வார்கள். ஆட்சியாளர்கள் நீங்கள் திரும்பவும் வரணுன்னா இந்த வணிகவரித்துறை சரி பண்ணுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இது குறையாக இருக்கா இல்லாமல் இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து இப்போ ஜேசி வந்திருக்கிறாங்க, ஜேசி வந்து யார் வண்டியை பிடிக்க சொல்லப்படுறார்கள். உங்களுக்கு கீழே இருக்கிற அதிகாரிகள் எது தவறு எது தவறில்லைன்றது கீழே இருக்கிற அதிகாரிகள் நிச்சயமாக தெரியும். தவறு செய்பவர்களுக்கு நாங்கள் யாரும் ஆடிட்டர் உட்பட வியாபாரிகள் உட்பட யாரும் நாங்கள் வந்து உறுதுணையாக நிச்சயமாக இருக்க போவதில்லை. ஏதோ ஒரு சிறிய தவறுகள் நடக்கின்ற பட்சத்தில் அதை எல்லாம் நீங்கள் கண்டுகொள்ளாமல், ஏன்னா தொழில் செய்வது கடினம், தொழிலாளர்களுக்கு சம்பளம் தருவது கடினம், போனஸ் தருவது கடினம், அவர்கள் வாழ்க்கை தரத்தை உயர்த்துவது கடினம். இதெல்லாம் பேசி இதெல்லாம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே முடித்து பேங்க்குக்கு லோன் கட்டணும். எங்களுக்கு வந்து அரசு எந்த விதமான உதவியும் பண்ணுறது கிடையாது. அரசு ஊழியர்களாக இருக்கவங்களுக்கு கூட ஒரு ரிட்டையர்மெண்ட் ஆச்சுன்னா 60 வயசுக்கு மேலே உங்களுக்குலாம் வந்து பென்ஷன் திட்டம் இருக்குது. எங்களுக்கு வியாபாரிகள் வாழ்க்கை ஃபுல்லாக கஷ்டப்பட்டு சம்பாரித்து எங்களுக்கு பென்ஷனும் கிடையாது. பிள்ளைங்கள் வந்து பார்த்துட்டா வந்து இல்லைன்னா அனாதாசமாக தான் போக வேண்டிய சூழ்நிலை இருக்குது. அதனால் நீங்களாம் கருத்தில் கொண்டும் நீங்களும் வந்து பிள்ளைகளுக்கு தகப்பனார்களாக இருக்கின்றீர்கள், எங்களும் ஒரு பிள்ளைகளாக நடந்து கொண்டு எங்களுக்கு வந்து ஆடிட்டர்கள் தான் நாங்கள் ஃபுல்லாக நம்பி இருக்கின்றோம். ஆடிட்டர்கள் சொல்கிற குறைகளை வந்து ஒரு நல்ல விஷயத்துக்கு தான் வருவாங்க. இந்த ஆடிட்டர்கள் நல்லா இருந்தால் தான் வியாபாரிகள் நல்லா இருக்க வேண்டிய ஒரு சூழ்நிலைக்கு இன்றைக்கி காலம் தள்ளப்பட்டுள்ளது. இந்த ஆடிட்டர்கள் நல்லா இருக்க வேண்டும், இந்த அமைப்பு நல்லா இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டி எல்லா இறைவனை வேண்டுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
In substitution, Thank you, sir. In succession, I invite Mr. R. Karpasamy Pandit, Joint Commissioner, Income Tax, Trichy, to share his idea. He began his career in CRTF in All India Radio from 1990 to 1994, after which he joined the Income Tax Department as an inspector in 1994 and rose through the ranks to become Joint Commissioner in 2025. With vast experience across Tamil Nadu, he played a key role in major tax investigations under the unaccounted wealth across multiple states. His legal acumen has ensured many assessments stand strong in appellate forums. Now overseeing tax administration for Trichy, Karur, Perambalur and Adiyalur, he continues to uphold excellence in revenue enforcement. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you. அனைவருக்கும் காலை வணக்கம். Respected Commissioner of GST and Central Excise, Mr. P. Anandakrishnan, Sir IRS, Sri Jayaraman Joint Commissioner, State GST, Tamil Nadu Traders Association General Secretary Ravindra, National President of All India Federation of Tax Practitioner Advocate Sri Samit Jani, Chairman for All India Federation of Tax Practitioner Advocate Sri Jafar Ali Sulaiman, Conference Chairman and President of Tax Practitioner Association Sri S. Sukumar, Convener Legal Advisor for Trichy District Practitioner Association Sri Sridhar, National Committee Office Bearers, Program Committee Members, State Coordinators, Trichy District Tax Practitioners Association Office Bearers, and all the members of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, ladies and gentlemen, once again good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank the conference committee for giving me this opportunity to participate in the great conference Tax Symposium 2025. I take this opportunity to convey my best wishes to the conference committee for arranging this wonderful conference for the benefit of members of tax practitioners. Many of the members from all over India have participated here. So this kind of conference will definitely helpful to all the members to enrich their knowledge about direct taxes, indirect taxes, as well as state tax also. So knowledge get multiplied when it is shared. That's why this kind of conference will definitely helpful to all the participants to face the day-to-day professional life. I wish to share some few words about the experience. In my service, I have experience with so many senior tax practitioners. They have very well handled the assessment proceedings, including search assessment proceedings, appellate proceedings. So a lot of senior tax practitioners, they are doing very good service for their client. So knowledge is very much important for handling any type of issues. I just to share some observation and some suggestion out of my experience. The Income Tax Department has introduced a faceless assessment scheme. All the communication nowadays we are receiving only through online. We are not sending any physical tabal like earlier period. We are sending only online, through online tabal only we are sending. Whether it is from assessment unit or verification unit or investigation and criminal investigation, intelligence investigations, even from jurisdictional assessment, all the notices are your assessees are receiving only through online. More specifically, I am officer in charge of the jurisdictional charge. I have observed the importance of the communications and importance of the regularly follow the portal of the assessee. So assessee has to check their portal regularly. This kind of follow-up will help all the taxpayers as well as practitioner also. You need not face any consequences, any notices, any scrutiny assessment. Even if we issue 148 notice also, at this stage itself, if you see the mail and properly respond to the notice, that there will not be any reassessment notice again. So these kind of procedures, every assessee has to follow. You have to advise all the taxpayers. The department also, we are also reaching out to the taxpayers regularly. We have conducted a lot of awareness program with the help of Tax Practitioners Association, Chartered Accountants, as well as trader associations. We have conducted a lot of awareness program. We are continuing conducting awareness program. So this kind of awareness should come to all the taxpayers. When we see most of the reopening assessment, demand notice, all the demands, huge demands are raised only because of non-response or no evidence filed by the taxpayer. So that is the major issue. Our speakers also told the importance of the notices, that the online notices nowadays faceless scheme. We are all working for the same subject of the revenue, but different sides of the table. So you are the right advocates to educate the taxpayers to comply with the tax proceedings, and also for ultimate goal of voluntary tax compliance. Revenue is backbone of the administration, you all know, because it provides financial resources for government to function, for public service and implementing policies also. So I would like to highlight on the changes happening in the department. In the Act, there are regular updations and upgradations. We have to get trained ourselves on the subject and the areas at the first instance, and then we can teach clients as well as friends also. To put it in a nutshell, it is very much important to concentrate on capacity building. So I have seen that invitation today. In the invitation, we have some good knowledge sharing sessions on the income tax bill 2025 and the current challenges in GST. These are very beneficial topics. So such knowledge sharing are very much helpful for our day-to-day professional life. I request every member to make use of it and get benefited. I would like to suggest some basic procedure to be followed, which are required to encourage your clients, which are we are facing and the taxpayers are facing regularly some issues. So Section 145 of Income Tax Act specifies that books of accounts to be compulsorily maintained by the assessee, certain assessee based on their turnover. So like day book, ledger, cash book, everything should be maintained properly. That is, as per Act, Section 145 specifically says books of accounts should be maintained, and some that books of accounts should be maintained for certain timelines also. So we will reopen for some 6 years, even for some time 10 years also. So that books of accounts should be maintained for those period also. It will not be difficult for you whenever department asking the. So you have to educate the taxpayers to maintain the books of accounts properly. And also many of these instances we have seen, there are duplicate PAN numbers. So every assessee should have only one PAN number. Duplicate PAN number will create lot of issues, and this is a punishable one also. So advise every assessee, if suppose somebody is having duplicate PAN, immediately surrender one PAN number. That will be helpful to all of the taxpayers. Like that, the income tax return and audit reports and all should be filed within the time limit. There are time limit available for the audit report as well as income tax return, because that somebody as Trader Association President says, some losses if they are having that losses during the year, if the return filed within the due date of that assessment year, that loss can be carried over to the next year and set off against the next year's profit. That return should be filed within the due date. So like that, you have to advise all the taxpayers to maintain. Also, there is a penalty under section 271F, 271B for not filing returns within due date, not filing audit report within due date. So to avoid all those things, we can advise and educate the taxpayers. Also, before filing income tax returns, so I am advising and suggesting you please check 26 AS and assessee information system AAS, tax information system TAS. These, after verifying these documents, you can file the return. Then it will be easy for filing the return. There will not be any omission of income. Also, there will not be any omission of tax credit. So those things you can avoid very much. That 143(1) assessment, prima facie assessment, when processing the return itself, some demands will arise because of the mismatching of demand. Those kind of demands you can very well avoid when you are very careful while filing the return of income. So also, please check the documents and evidence from the assessees for any deductions and exemptions. So recently we have come across some experience. There are some kind of when we are scrutinizing the return of income, some deductions are there, but no evidence are there. Also, some exemption they have claimed without any evidences. So please ensure your assessees have sufficient documents, evidences for claiming deductions and exemptions. Also, please educate the clients not to fall prey to the misleading advices. Some salary class, I am telling you, salary class, we have found some salary class people. One friend is doing one deduction, one exemption, claiming the exemption. That all the friends are claiming the same. Only 143 assessment, no one will ask, only we will get refund like that. So these kind of thing, almost we are not seeing in the business cases, in cases of salary class, because of that awareness, lack of awareness. Also, I request everyone, please give correct email ID in the return of income. Suppose assessee might have owned long back one email ID, that same continuously they will give the email ID, same they might have changed also. So you present email ID you give for any communications, and also correct phone number, and also all the bank accounts should be Aadhaar linked and well dated bank accounts should be given in the return of income. Please check the email and e-filing portal regularly for your assessees. If you are login, you have to check regularly so that you will not miss any department's notice. So that you have to educate your assessees also. You can avoid some ex parte assessment, some demand notices. You can very much immediately reply to the notices, so that the huge demands will not be raised by the department. So we are seeing lot of ex parte assessment nowadays passed by the department because of the non-compliance. So the assessee might not have seen the notice at all. So they have to see the notices from the department only through online and e-filing portal. So that has to be confirmed. You tell your office staff members as well as assessees to check periodically. At least once in a 15 days, once in a week, you can check the email, any communication from department. As I told earlier, no physical communication will come, only online communication. So like that, all the rectification petitions, in case of any demand, unnecessary demand, mismatching demand, you have to file rectification petition within due date, within time, so that the demand also will go out from the portal. Unnecessarily, assessee will not complain tomorrow. My refund today, this year refund has been adjusted for the past assessment year's demand. So that kind of thing you can avoid. So you have to file rectification petition immediately. If you receive the notice, you file a rectification petition immediately and pass out the demands. So we all know that new income tax code has been introduced in the parliament, which will come into force very shortly. So we have to go through the same and familiarize ourselves with the change of the act, which will help us in your profession. Finally, I would like to conclude with my best wishes to the Tax Symposium 2025 conference that intends for the group discussion and capacity building. I hope this conference will definitely improve the knowledge of everyone and ideas on the tax provisions and procedures. Once again, I wish all the participants for a successful program. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in my practice, I have also seen many of the cases are arisen because of non-compliance and response to the notices, sir. That's why, sir, today we have one dealer, Micro Vista, who is now providing the alerts both from the income tax department as well as from the GST department. The tax practitioners here and taxpayers can make use of these things. And sir, as you rightly said, most of the demands had arisen only because the emails have not been updated, phone numbers have not been updated. Therefore, I would request that if there is a change in the auditor, you go to the portal and update your profile also and ensure that the notices come to the new email ID, and sometimes it goes to the spam also. So ensure that if the mail IDs are, income tax mail IDs are put in the contact list. Thank you, sir. And now I would request Anantha Krishnan, before he starts an introduction about him, sir.
So I welcome a distinguished officer, Shri P. Anantha Krishnan, IRS, Commissioner of GST and Central Excise Trichy. Welcome you, sir, for your insights. With over 3 decades of service, he has held key roles across India, including in the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, earning the President's Award in 2010 for his outstanding contributions. Since assuming charge as Commissioner in October 2023, he has championed transparency, efficiency, and taxpayer engagement, making Trichy the only GST Commissionerate in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry to receive the IS 15700-2018 certification for excellence in grievance redressal. A strong advocate for MSME outreach, he actively resolves tax issues and strengthens compliance. So, with the great respect, I now invite Shri P. Anantha Krishnan to address the gathering.
Honorable dignitaries, esteemed members of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, South Zone, respected members of the Trichy District Tax Practitioners Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to each and every one of you. I stand before you today not just as a chief guest, but as a fellow traveler of this incredible journey, a journey of India's transformative GST. To be amongst this radiant assembly of tax professionals, practitioners and experts, the very lifeblood of our nation's economy evolution, is an honor that swelled my heart with the pride. You are not just a professionals, you are the architect of change, the unsung heroes who have circled the landscape of our tax systems. As we commemorate the 8th remarkable year of GST since it is a historic launch in July 1st, 2017, I am filled with an immense pride and gratitude. You have been unsung heroes, the bridge between the government and business community, ensuring India's biggest tax reform is not just an implemented, but understood, accepted and complied with. The transition to GST was not a gentle breeze. It was a seismic shift, a move from tangled, suffocating maze to an unified, transparent and efficient system. As we face the challenge, procedure complexity, a lack of awareness and apprehension of our traders, especially our vibrant MSME sectors. This is where you, as the GST tax practitioner, stepped in.
let me take a moment to highlight the extraordinary ways in which you have made a difference. You educated and empowered. When a small and medium-sized trader struggled to navigate the shift from the old tax structure to a GST, you stepped in. Through workshop, seminars and outreach program, you equipped them with the knowledge and confidence to embrace the new system. You ensured compliance. You didn't just stop at education. You rolled up your sleeves. You registered business. You expanded the taxpayer base of GST Commissionerate. You reached the remotest corner of Tamil Nadu, and you assisted them in maintaining a proper record and filing returns within the deadline. By offering support in tax calculation, reconciliation and compliance, you helped the traders and avoid penalty and legal compliance and guided them in adapting to the new system through e-way bill, invoice management and ITC claims. You adapted and evolved. As the law changed, you stayed ahead of the curve. You ensured that the business stayed updated and complied with the latest regulation, thus promoting voluntary tax compliances and transparency. You advocated for change. Your proactive feedback, your relentless representation lead to the introduction of multiple amenity schemes like late fee amenity scheme for non-filers, the special amenity windows to restore the cancellation registration, amenity for Tran 1 credit issue, amnesty for GSTR 9 non-filing, etc. You highlighted the technical glitches and procedural difficulties prompting necessary reforms and system enhancement. You mediated and resolved. You acted as a facilitator between the department and taxpayer. In fact, many of the tax dispute and technical issues between our commissionerate and the taxpayers are resolved amicably. Ladies and gentlemen, a tax system is only as strong as trust it inspires. And you, the GST tax practitioners, have been architect of that trust. You have not only ensured compliance but also fostered cooperation, resolved disputes and clarified doubts, making a GST a truly collaborative effort between the government and business community. As we look to the future, your role becomes even more critical with the technological advancement reshaping GST landscape. I envision an era of even greater collaboration between you and the GST Commissionerate. The government is committed to a simplification, reduction of litigation, and creating a taxpayer-friendly environment. But we cannot do it alone. We need you. Your expertise, your dedication, your proactive engagements are indispensable. Before I conclude, I wanted to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to the Trichy District Tax Practitioners Association. Your dedication, professionalism, and tireless efforts have been the cornerstone of the GST success in our country. You have not just guided taxpayers, you have empowered them, and for that we are extremely grateful. I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to already our state GST joint commissioners already requested that the same thing I am also requesting. The new amnesty scheme introduced under section 128A of the CGST Act, which offer a waiver of interest and penalty for the non-fraudulent GST demand from 2017-18 and 19-20, with the deadline of March 31st, 2025, fast approaching. Your guidance and crucial. Let us help them regularize their affairs and benefit from this opportunity. Let us continue to work together towards the robust, simplified and seamless GST regime that benefits business, strengthen the economy and contribute to the vision of progressive, self-reliant India. Thank you, and I wish you all the success and insight symposium. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your ideas and appreciation. Your words means a lot to us, sir. So it is a time for honoring the dignitaries through shawl and memento. I invite the presenters to honor them. I invite Mr. Jafar Ali Sulaiman and Mr. Maladi Srinivasa Rao to honor shawl and memento to the chief guest Shri P. Anandakrishnan IRS. Present shawl and memento to Sri K.R. Karapasamy Pandian IRS. I invite Mr. N. Suresh and Mr. V. N. Anand to present shawl and memento for the chief guest, Sri M. Jayaraman. Mr. N. Sukumar to present the shawl to Sri M. Jayaraman. I invite Shri P. Anandakrishnan IRS and Mr. Jafar Ali Sulaiman to present shawl and memento to Mr. Mallari Srinivasa Rao.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Sir. Thank you, sir.
I invite Shri K.R. Karapasamy Pandian IRS and Mr. Mallari Srinivasa Rao to honor Mr. Jafar Ali Sulaiman. I call upon Shri P. Anandakrishnan IRS and Mr. Jafar Ali Sulaiman to honor Mr. S. Sukumar.
Thank you, sir.
I invite Shri P. Anandakrishnan IRS and Mr. Mallari Srinivasa Rao to present shawl and memento to Mr. S. Seegar.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
I request Shri P. Anandakrishnan IRS and Mr. Jafar Ali Sulaiman to honor Mr. M.V. Kumar with M.V. Jayakumar with the memento and shawl. I invite Shri V. Govindrajulu and Shri K.R. Karapasamy Pandian IRS to honor Mr. G. Bhaskar. I invite Shri P. Ananthakrishnan IRS and Mr. Jafar Ali Sulaiman to honor Govindaraj. I request Shri Govindarajulu and Shri K.R. Kattasamy Pandyan to honor Mr. V. N. Anand. I request Shri P. Ananthakrishnan IRS and Mr. Malladi Srinivasa Rao to honor senior practitioners Vairavan and Jayapal. Let us all give a ovation, standing ovation to the seniors.
Sir. Shal. Sir, abhi. Sir. Sir, inge bakla sir, camera sir. Thank you, sir.
Senior practitioners are Mr. Vairavan and Mr. Jayapal.
Sir. 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 Sir, the camera. Sir, what
I request all members to stand and give standing ovation with big claps.
Sir.
Since they are the last.
Thank you.
I invite Mr. M. Suresh and Mr. Sundar to honor Mr. M. Ganeshan.
Sir. Sir. Sir, thank you.
Gratitude is a fairest blossom that springs from the soul. I invite Advocate V. N. Anand, Zone Secretary of AIFTP, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Respected dignitaries, delights, esteemed guests, distinguished participants, and my dear friends. It's my privilege to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of today's program. I am honored to stand before you in this historic city of Trichy, the Rockford city, named known for its rich cultural heritage and unwavering resilience, just as the Rockford stands tall as a symbol of strength. Today's one-day tax conference, the first ever joint program of AFTP South Zone and Trichy District Tax Practitioners Association, stands as a testament to our commitment to professional growth and knowledge sharing. At the outset, I extend my deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Sri R. Ananthakrishnan IRS, Commissioner of CGST, Central Excise, Trichy, for his esteemed presence and for inaugurating this conference. Thank you, sir. We also express our sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Sri K.R. Karpuswamy Pandin, IRS Joint Commissioner of Income Tax, and Sri M. Jairam, sir, Assistant Commissioner, State GST, Assistant Commissioner of Joint Commissioner of State GST, Trichy, for gracing this occasion and sharing their valuable insights. Thank you, sir. A special appreciation to our conference chairman, Sri Sukumar, President of DBBPA, for his warm welcome address. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to my friend Advocate Jafar Ali, Chairman FTP South Zone, for his inspiring presidential address. Thank you, Jafar Ali. Our heartfelt thanks to Sri M. Srinivas Rao, sir, past National President of AFTP, for his presidential address. Thank you, sir. I also thank you, sir. Thank you to Govindaraju, Tamil Nadu Traders Association Secretary, General Secretary, for your presence of today's program, sir. Thank you. A special acknowledgement to Sri G. Bhaskar, past Chairman and Present Academic Committee, Chairman of AFTP South Zone, for his unwavering support and contributions. A note of special gratitude to Sri MVJ Kumar Garu, National Vice President of AFTP, for the constant encouragement. This event would not have been possible without the dedication of this organizing committee. So the tireless efforts of our convener, Sri Sridhar, and the efficient coordination by Sri Suresh, Secretary, DDPPA. A sincere thanks to the leaders of various associations and state coordinators of AFTP who have extended their support. Finally, a special appreciation to all the participants who have gathered here today. Your enthusiasm and commitment to professional learning make such event truly meaningful. With this, I once again express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. May this conference be insightful and enriching for all. Thank you.
I now invite our esteemed office bearers to come forward for a group photograph capturing this moment of leadership, dedication and teamwork.
Sir, it is
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
and latest updates. As tax laws continue to evolve, understanding their implications is essential for businesses, professionals and individuals alike. To provide us with the expert insights and clarity on this crucial subject, we have with us Sri C.A. Ajit Sivadas, a distinguished expert in taxation. His depth of knowledge and practical expertise will guide us through the latest amendments and their impact. It is with great privilege I invite Shri C.N. Ajit Sivadas to take the stage and share his valuable insights with us. Sir, the floor is yours.
கிரிக்கெட்டில் தலைன்னா தோனி, இன்கம் டேக்ஸில் தலைன்னாக்கா அஜித் சிவதாஸ். ஸோ வி ஹாவ் a very interesting session. I reserve my presidential remarks after the conclusion of the session. Now the floor is yours. You can start, Ajit.
Thank you, Bhaskar sir. Volume a bit more. A very good morning to you one and all. Kale Wanakam. Wanakam sir. Jafar Ali sir actually who invited me to this session. Sukumar sir, from the first day onwards, daily updates, daily all those arrangements and all hospitality Trichy team. So within which actually, with all your kind discussion over three topics. First thing, 87A. Shall I? Thorangatuma sir? Yes. On the topic please, on the board actually you can see 87A. Yes sir. 87A actually I am classifying it into 4 period. 4 timeline actually we are going to discuss with. The first and foremost one, 87A with regarding to the done and dusted assessment year 24-25. Whether this assessment year 24-25 over and above, whether it is done and dusted, அது முடிஞ்சாச்சா? முடியலை சார், அதுக்கு இன்னும் எவ்வளோ இருக்குது? 10 days more. After 10 days also, all those auditorium would continue. Isn't it sir? Why? Because for 24-25, recently definitely yes, all the officers, all the clients are receiving so many notices. Notices varudunde. Notices correctly appadina definitely yes, joint commissioner sir சொன்ன மாதிரி you are not getting aware that notices are being generated, notices are there. So why such notices comes? Such notices comes on account of negation of 87A rebate, isn't it? So many other notices are also there, but lion part of all those notices are with regarding to negation of 87A relief. I do hope Trichy people are also receiving so many notices. Can I? All around India we are receiving it. So those notices, what do they mean? So we know for the assessment year 24-25, the rebate which is applicable for old regime, 12,500 up to 5 lakh, out of question, out of box. 85% of the total return, filers have filed their respective income tax return under new regime taxation only. So in that context, new regime persons who have filed, salary persons no issue, business persons no issue, interest on interest income from other sources no issue. But those persons who have filed their income tax returns with specially rated incomes, specially rated incomes meaning what? Long-term capital gain which are being taxed under section 112, 112A, 111A and all are receiving so many notices wherein the rebate claimed on such incomes are being negated and the demand or the refund have been what? Reduced, and we are receiving 143(1) notices. Intimations, isn't it? Yes. So in that context, whether the stand taken by the department is correct or not is the first question. Whether it is correct. And the 143(1) வரக்கூடிய demand proper இல்லவா? Is it proper? Proper sir? No, definitely yes, it is not proper. Why? Because there is no such restriction placed in section 87A or 115BAC1 wherein there is a restriction on such rebate for those persons who are declaring income under 112 long-term capital gain normal, 112A long-term capital gain of securities having STT at the time of purchase as well as at the time of sale, 111A short-term capital gain on such securities and all. So definitely yes, negating 87A is not legal, but for a minimal amount, 500 rupees, 1000 rupees, it is better to pay the tax and what? Get away from those things. But over and above 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, 15,000, 25,000, my gentle humble request definitely yes, there is a scope for appeal. Because actually the public interest litigation was being made on before Honorable Bombay High Court, and the Bombay High Court appreciated the same on appeal of Tax Practitioners Maharashtra, Chamber of Tax Consultants Maharashtra versus Union of India case was being booked. And on that basis, an appreciable view was being taken by Bombay High Court, but still now central government have not came up with such a notification or a circular wherein all those demands are being what? Nullified. So one and only scope for getting out from that issue is to file an appeal. Commissioner of Appeals Income Tax definitely is taking a favorable view on behalf of assessee. In WhatsApp group and all, we may see a lot of favorable orders are in circulation. So definitely yes, over and above 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, we can definitely go for an appeal. We are eligible to get that 111A along with 112, whatever specially rated taxable incomes are. For all those incomes also this rebate is eligible only. Hope I am clear. Am I? First stage. Second stage with regarding to the next assessment year, 25-26. So what is happening for the next assessment year, 25-26? The basic issue is, for assessment year 24-25, the slab rates for new regime taxation 0 to 3 nil, 3 to 6 5%, 6 to 9 10%, and so on it went with. So for those persons who are earning income up to 7 lakh, if they are having normal income, their tax would have been at 25,000 rupees. So those persons who are earning income up to 7 lakh rupees, blanket they were getting what? 0 taxes, isn't it, sis? Madams? But what is happening is, for this assessment year 25-26, they have generally increased the slab rate, 0 to 3 it is there itself. Instead of 3 to 6, 3 to 7 they have what? Increased the slab rates. So on that account, technically what is happening is, for those persons who are earning income up to 7 lakh rupees, the total tax would be only 20,000 rupees. Are you getting the point? The point being in way of this computation format. Here it is clear that for the assessment year 24-25, for the reason it was 0 to 3 nil, 3 to 6 it was 5%, 6 to 9 it was 10%. By that virtue, up to 7 lakh rupees total tax was 25,000 rupees. But now due to this increased slab rate from 3 to 7 lakh rupees, incidentally the tax comes only up to 20,000. And unfortunately, under 87A relief, the limit of 7 lakh has not been enhanced to 7 lakh 50,000 rupees. If only it would have been increased to 7 lakh 55,000 rupees, the entire rebate of 25,000 would have been what? Eligible for the assessee. So unfortunately, in this year, what is going to happen is, we would be eligible to get only a rebate up to 20,000 rupees, and that 5,000 rupees would not be eligible even though your income is lower than 7 lakh rupees. 7 lakh 50,000 rupees if you are having. Suppose say for example, if they have increased their slab limit to 7 lakh 50,000, those incomes, those persons who are earning income up to 7 lakh 50,000 rupees, the tax should have been 0, isn't it, sir? But now, unfortunately, for those persons who are earning income, say 7 lakh 30,000 rupees, suppose he is earning income of 7 lakh 30,000 rupees. Here in this instant example, it has been clear that for assessment year 25-26, they would be liable to pay 23,920. That 23,000 is literally lesser than that of the rebate limit of 25,000. But even though the limit rebate is there, they will not be eligible to get that rebate for the reason their income is over and above 7 lakh. And they would not be getting that rebate, this thing, only marginal relief they would be available. For 30,000 rupees, marginal relief is also not there. For that sake, they would be required to pay a tax amount of 23,920. We don't know whether it is an intentional sort of an amendment or not. But anyhow, due to that an oversight in amendment, the entire 25,000 would not be eligible for an assessee for this assessment year 25-26, point number 2. And with regarding to point number 3, the third year, 26-27 in this budget 2025, it has been proposed to increase that limit from 7 lakh to 12 lakh rupees, and the rebate has been increased from 25,000 to 60,000 rupees. But interestingly, the amendment has not been reflecting in 87A or in 115 BAC with regarding to that point which has been raised in budget memorandum. In this budget memorandum, which was been issued in February 1st, 2025, it is been crystal clear written that as per the provision to 87A, it is been written within which the assessees who are having income under section 111A, 112, 112A, etc. would not be eligible to get what? Rebate. Ana section le engeyume in the 111A, 111A chollumbodhu short term capital gain on shares, securities, etc. 112 அப்படினா long term capital gain on securities, etc. 1112A அப்படினா shares ஓட securities ஓட வரக்கூடிய long term capital gain. இதுக்கு எல்லாமே 10%, 15%, 20% தான் taxation. இல்லைங்களா சார்? ஆனால் அதுக்கு 87A rebate இல்லைன்னு 87Aலும் இல்லை, 115 BACAலும் இல்லை. ஆனால் budget memorandum, if you see, budget memorandum meaning that appendix the clarificationary sort of things for the budget, which would be issued by the evening. In that budget memorandum, it has been categorically stated that those persons who are earning income in nature of 111A, 112, 112A would not be eligible to get rebate, but it has not been mentioned anywhere in the Act, may it be 87A or 115 BAC. Definitely, yes, we the Tax Practitioners Association, AFTP, have to raise our concern to have a better clarity. Otherwise, just as if they have made that amendment in 3rd of July or 5th of July 2024, till then, all the return filers were eligible to get what? Rebate on all those income. The web portal has been suddenly updated and now we are receiving all those 143.1 notices. So this is that. Shudunalai. Lingla in Tamil. The difficulty. Yes. Which may arise due to all these amendments with regarding to 87A. Hope I am clear. Can I? Yes. All those illustrative examples are in the slide. I would be sharing. Definitely, yes, you can go through. Then for the 4th year, upcoming year. In upcoming year, assessment year 26-27 or previous year 26-27 we would call. After this introduction of income tax bill, the fundamental change being the restructuring of those definitions of previous year and assessment year. We know income of previous year would be taxed in assessment year. Yes, sir. And after introduction of income tax bill, there would not be 2 year concepts. Previous year, assessment year concepts would not be there. Ippave paakumbodhu, suppose income tax department is issuing a notice for assessment year 1920. So client comes to us telling that cash deposit 60 lakhs are there. Income tax department have issued what? 148AB. So we would be asking them to, okay, you come up with what? Bank statements for 17-18 we would be calling. But they are having that notice of what? 18-19 assessment year, isn't it? They would not come with 17-18, rather they would be getting us with what books only? 18-19 books only. As far as we the tax fraternity friends are concerned, we are aware regarding previous year assessment year, everything we know. But for a layman, they are not. Even they may be some other professionals, doctor, they may be engineers, they may be whatever they are. But they are not, actually they are not getting that concept of previous year and assessment year. So what the government now have been intending under this income tax bill in order to simplify all those provisions, what they have done is, they are trying to rename the previous year to be as a tax year. Are you getting users? And this income tax bill is going to get introduced from first day of April 2026. So whether for that return filed in 2026, this income tax bill provision have to be implemented? No. The tax year meaning previous year would be 26-27 and the returns that we are going to submit in that year 27-28, for those things only this income tax bill proposed is going to get what? Implemented per se for the time being. We don't know whether it would be getting prolonged or not. For the time being, the expert committee is going to evaluate all the suggestions given by various trading fraternities. After those suggestions, they would be definitely introducing the Income Tax Act, and it is going to propose to be implemented from first day of April 26, meaning what? For those income earned in the tax year 26-27 is going to be taxed for the year, instead of assessment year, what they are using the term is year following tax year. Is it clear, sir? So instead of assessment year, the term is year following tax year. Amma kadayadu appavoda pondati. Tamil, I do think Tamil is proper. I don't know. So in that context, it is not assessment year, year following tax year. Year subsequent to tax year. That term is being what? Proposed in this Income Tax Bill 2025. So in that context, for that Income Tax Bill, that clause 156 relief, margin relief all has been mentioned in that clause 156. So instead of 87A, now you have to forget all those sections, isn't it? You have to remember, you have to learn the new clauses. Instead of that clause 87A, you are going to have that clause 156. 156 relief is going to propose the same which is been proposed for this assessment year 26-27. It remains to be 12 lakh rupees, 60,000 rupees, and it proposes for what also? Margin relief also. I would be trying to introduce the concept of margin relief. Margin relief has been illustrated in this 12,40,000 example. 12,40,000 example. So over and about 12 lakh, definitely yes, there is no scope for rebate. Clear, sir? Only up to 12 lakh you are eligible to get what? Rebate. So that doesn't mean, say for 12 lakh 100 rupees, you would be liable to pay 60,000 plus 100 rupees tax plus cess. It is not so the case. You would be eligible to get what also? Rebate also. In this instant example of 12 lakh 40,000, the normal tax would have been 66,000 rupees. Right? But you are not required to pay 66,000 rupees because the incremental income over and above this 12 lakh rupees, which is supposed to be 40,000 rupees or 66,000 rupees, whichever is lower, would only be the tax there. So in that very the virtue, the 40,000 rupees only would be the tax here, not 66,000 rupees. You would be eligible to get that marginal relief of 26,000 rupees, and your net tax payable would be 40,000 plus 4% says 1,600. 41,600 only would be what? The tax to be payable. So that 26,000 is nothing but marginal relief. So what is marginal relief? The normal tax, why? Because the income is more than 12 lakh rupees as per the basic slab rates, it would be 66,000 rupees. But for the sake for earning 40,000 rupees, you are getting what? 60,000 in form of tax. For that sake, not to pay that entire amount to be as in form of tax, over and above that incremental amount to be as a tax, only that incremental amount of 40,000 would be deemed to be the tax. You would be eligible to get 26,000 rupees. All these things are being written in 156 clause number. These are all those 4-year classificationary explanation with regarding to the present 87A relief. So first takeaway, for all those notices 1,000 and above, kindly do go for appeal. Second takeaway, our association have to take up the issue. Only those persons would be eligible to get 20,000 and rebate, even though the act gives you how much rupees? 25,000 rupees. Second case. Third and fourth one I was mentioning, we have to tell the government what are their intentions, because the budget memorandum is over and above what? The actual statute. Thereby we have to give our own suggestions, rationale for all those amendments we have to give before the authority. Then fourth one with regarding to marginal relief within that 150 section also I was trying to mention. First part of our discussion. After which on towards our second part of our discussion, second topic. So what I am supposing to do is some critical amendments, recent amendments we would be discussing. Then on the last lap we would be going through the income tax bill. So second part, capital gain. So in budget 2024 what happened is, two budgets were there due to this union election and all. On 23rd July also the second budget, the normal budget came. In that context, 3 critical amendments came for capital gain. From left part if you read, change in holding period. Change in holding period. We know there were 3 types of holding periods. 12-month holding period were there for equity oriented fund, for listed securities and all. 12 months are there. 24 months are there for land and building, debt oriented funds, etc., which were there. Third one with regarding to other assets, gold, etc., 36 months were there. But now after this amendment there are now 3 limits, 12, 24, 36 done and dusted. 36 is not there. All those assets which were under 36 months category, now it would be under 24 month category. Amendment number 1. Amendment number 2, we know 111A, short term capital gain arising out of listed securities. The rate of tax was 15%. But after this amendment, that 15% has rose up to 20%. Now the rate of tax for 111A is nothing but 20%. Second amendment. Third interesting amendment, only for land and building, isn't it? Option is there, except for land and building. For all those long-term capital assets, the rate of tax would be at 12.5%. Again bifurcated into 2. Long-term capital assets in form of securities after paying STT. Long-term capital assets, normal, land and building, gold, etc. In that context, if that asset was being procured before 23rd July, after 23rd July, a bifurcation has been given and an exemption has been given to resident individual and HEF. Only for resident individual and HEF, my dear professional friends, not for a partnership firm, not for a company, not for an AOP BOI, even not for a non-resident individual also, that option is being given. That too only for what? Land and building alone. Even for resident individual, if you are selling some gold which was been purchased on or before 23rd of July, you are not having what? That an option for going 12.5% or 20% which is beneficial for you. Rather, only for land and building. Land and building sold by resident individual HUF, which was been acquired before 23rd of July 2024, they would only be having what? Two types of slabs, 12% without indexation, 20% with indexation. For remaining all classes in the sense I was mentioning, may it be a partnership firm, may it be a private limited, public limited company, may it be an association of persons, body of individual, trust societies, etc., may it be a non-resident individual, may it be in case of gold, other than land and building, whatever case, even by resident individuals, for them, after 23rd of July, only a single option for those capital gain, they are bound to negate with the cost of inflation indexation, the rate of tax would be reduced to 12.5%. Hope I am clear. Clear, sir? Only for resident individual, only for land and building. If we have procured it before 23rd of July, this exemption would be there. It is not applicable for gold. It is not applicable for non-resident. It is not applicable for firm, etc. So this is that amendment for capital gain after 23rd of July. If you see this thing, definitely yes, as an illustrative example, if you see, AB purchased a land and building on 1/4/2004 for 5 lakh rupees and he sold the same on 24th July 2024, which is after that critical date, for 20 lakh rupees. So 5 lakh rupees cost of acquisition and 20 lakh rupees being what? That amount of sale consideration, compute the capital gain. In case of resident individual, non-resident individual, resident individual but the asset is gold, partnership firm. 4 situations we are going to have. Under the first situation, if you see, 5 lakh rupees being sales purchase consideration, 20 lakh rupees being sales consideration, inflation index and all given. For individual, definitely yes, we are having 2 options, isn't it, sir? 2 options in the sense, they can have with indexation 20%, without indexation 12.5% they would be having. So here which option is beneficial? First option is beneficial, but this is applicable only for resident individual HUF, not for partnership firm, not for society, not for private public limited companies, nothing. Also not for what? Non-resident also. Then the same thing if you go by, if it is being sold by non-resident individual, if it is being sold by resident individual but it is gold, if it is being sold by partnership firm, then we know there is no benefit of what? Indexation, only you have to go through what? 12.5%. So all those principles, all those rulers that I was mentioning earlier is been well guided in this illustration. Due to paucity of time, actually we cannot devote much time over all those illustrations. It would be shared. Sukumaran sir definitely yes, would be sharing to you. Hope it is enough. Can I? Response, a bit more response I do expect. A bit more louder please. Thank you sis. Now, another amendment with regarding to TDS I am not touching upon. Then quite an important amendment with regarding to 2 sections, 40B and 194T. 40B and 194T. So what's so special about this 40B and 194T and when it would be applicable? 40B, when it would be applicable, sir? 40B, in the B capital letter, the small letter, 40B. And the partner salary or amendment vandirukku sir. Adu eppa irundhu applicable agum. 40B. When it would become applicable? 1/4/2025 அப்படினா 24/25 இப்போ இந்த previous yearல remuneration ல applicable ஆகுமா இல்லையா? applicable ஆகும். நல்ல ஒரு கை வைக்கൂ please in மலையாளம். கையை தூக்குங்க. 40B would be applicable from financial year 24-25. Who do agree? Kindly do raise your hands. 40B, I am not talking about 194T. 194T when it would be applicable? 1/4/2025 it would be applicable. So whether this 40B would be applicable from this year or next year? 40B. This year, next year? 40B. Maskar sir. The thing is, 40B is applicable from financial year 24-25. 194T is going to applicable from 25-26 previous year, 26-27 assessment year. Can I repeat? Vindum sollanuma? In the 40B and the section, remuneration increase pannirukku. 40B remuneration slab 0 to 3 lakh, 90%, 1,50,000, 3 lakh and above 90%. Yes, sir. And the slab rate 40B amendment panni 0 to 6 lakh, 90%, instead of 1,50,000 has been increased to 3 lakh rupees. Over and above 6 lakh rupees, 60% அந்த மாதிரி remuneration slab என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கு, சேஞ்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கு. அந்த சேஞ்ச் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஸ்லாப் ரேட்டு இந்த வருஷத்திலே இருந்தே அப்ளிகபிள். 24-25 ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர், 25-26 அசஸ்மெண்ட் இயருக்கு என்ன ஆகும், அப்ளிகபிள் ஆகும். என்ன செக்ஷன்? 40B செக்ஷன். ஹோப் ஐ ஆம் கிளியர். கிளியரா சார்? மேடம்? எஸ். அப்போது 40B ஓட பொசிஷன். நவ் என்னோட பொசிஷன் இந்த 194T ஓட பொசிஷன். 194T சொல்லும்போது TDS on remuneration, இல்லை சார், TDS on interest, TDS on commission, etc. paid to partners. 10% over and above 20,000 அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணும்போது எந்த மாதிரி வந்துக்கலாம்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய TDS ஓட ப்ரொவிஷன் இந்த 194Tல இருக்குது. அந்த 194T ப்ரொவிஷன் அது இந்த ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர் 24-25க்கு அப்ளிகபிள் கிடையாது. அது 25-26ல கொடுக்கக்கூடிய ரெம்யூனரேஷன். அது எப்போ டாக்ஸபிள் ஆகும்? 26-27 அசஸ்மெண்ட் இயரில் அப்ளிகபிள் ஆகும். அப்போ தான் என்ன செக்ஷன் அப்ளிகபிள் ஆகிடும்? 197 194T செக்ஷன் என்ன ஆகிடும்? அப்ளிகபிள் ஆகிடும். ஹோப் ஐ ஆம் கிளியர். தெரிஞ்சுதா சார்? மேடம்? எஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த 40B எக்ஸ்டெண்டட் லிமிட் நமக்கு தெரியும். இந்த 194Tல கொஞ்சம் என்ன இருக்குது? ப்ராக்டிக்கல் இஷ்யூஸ் இருக்குது. என்ன ப்ராக்டிக்கல் இஷ்யூ? 194T பார்க்கும்போது டெஃபினெட்லி எஸ், நாம் இப்போ பார்ட்னருக்கு இந்த மாதிரி ரெம்யூனரேஷன் பே பண்ணும்போது, பார்ட்னருக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பே பண்ணும்போது, பார்ட்னருக்கு கமிஷன் பே பண்ணும்போது, பார்ட்னருக்கு இந்த மாதிரி கூடிய அமௌண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே பே பண்ணும்போது, அதர் தேன் ப்ராஃபிட் ஷேரை விட பாக்கி எதாவது இந்த அமௌண்ட்டு கொடுக்கும்போது, at the time of credit at the time of payment, whichever comes earlier. Credit அப்படின்னா புக்கில் பேமெண்ட் கிரெடிட் பண்ணும்போது, ஆக்சுவலாக ரெம்யூனரேஷன் விட்ரா பண்ணும்போது whichever comes earlier 194T செக்ஷன் என்ன ஆகிடும்? அப்ளிகபிள் ஆகிடும். இல்லைங்களா சார்? அப்போ இத்தனை காலம் அதுக்கு TDS கிடையாது இருக்கா? ஆனால் இனி எல்லா பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் ஃபேமுக்கும் என்ன வேண்டி வரும்? இப்போ ஒரு பார்ட்னர்ஷிப்புக்குமே TDS இல்லை. 194C இல்லை, 194D இல்லை, 194I இல்லை, 194IA இல்லை, IIA இல்லை, IIO இல்லை, ஒரு செக்ஷனுமே கிடையாது. ஆனால் இந்த பார்ட்னர்ஷிப்புக்கு எல்லாமே டெஃபினெட்லி த பார்ட்னர்ஸ் ஆர் கெட்டிங் வாட்? ரெம்யூனரேஷன். த பார்ட்னர்ஸ் ஆர் கெட்டிங் வாட்? இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட். Partners are being given what? Even though they are not receiving or not in books, we are giving. இல்லையா சார்? நாம் அந்த 12% இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வைக்கிறது உண்டு, தட் 40B ரெம்யூனரேஷன் வைக்கிறது உண்டு. So definitely yes, if you are putting that remuneration, putting that interest on their books of accounts, they are supposed to take what? TAN. So today it is, இன்னைக்கு date 22nd. So from 1/4/2025, all partnership firm, including ours, இல்லையா, நமக்கும் கொஞ்சம் partnership firms இருக்குது, including ours. If we are taking remuneration, we definitely yes, we are providing for remuneration. Definitely என்ன எடுத்தே ஆகணும்? TAN எடுத்தே ஆகணும். TAN, TAN எடுத்துட்டு, ஸோ மந்த்லி ரெம்யூனரேஷன் ஆக பண்ணணுமா? அதோ இது எல்லாமே ரெம்யூனரேஷன் 25-26ஓட ரெம்யூனரேஷன் எப்போ டிசைட் பண்ணும்? ஃபைனலைசேஷன் ஜூலை, ஆகஸ்ட், செப்டம்பர் 2026 ஆடிட் ஆஃபீஸ். அந்த டைமில் TDS பண்ணும்போது இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வரும் இல்லைங்களா? அதில் லேட் ஃபீ வரும் இல்லைங்களா? லேட் ஃபீ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் மட்டுமா இருக்குது? இல்லை சார், லேட் ஃபீ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் டிஸ்அலவன்ஸ் எல்லாமே அதோட ஸ்மால் கான்சிக்வன்சஸ். த பிக்கஸ்ட் கான்சிக்வன்ஸ் இஸ் ப்ராசிக்யூஷன். Without paisa, without cost, you would be getting food and accommodation 7 years in jail. Prosecution proceedings can be initiated for defaulters, non-deductors. So kindly do pay your attention. 194T, it is compulsory for all partnership firm including ours. But client notice ஆகும்போது நாம அங்கே இல்லை, ஏன்னா நம்ம இப்போவே prosecution. But because our firm have not deducted what? TDS. So in that context, not at laughter, seriously, this 194T is going to what? Hit all those partnerships. So definitely yes, kindly do educate all your clients. Try to educate ourselves. Take what? TAN. The only concern is, two situations would be there. First situation, then before which. So this 40B limits have changed. 0 to 3 la irundhe, adu 0 to 6 ஆயாச்சு. 1,50,000 la irundhe 3 lakh limit ஆயாச்சு. அப்போ பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் டீடு அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ண வேண்டி இருக்கா? பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் டீடு அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ண வேண்டி இருக்கா கேட்கும்போது டூ சிச்சுவேஷன்ஸ். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சிச்சுவேஷன், அந்த பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் டீடில் ஃபிக்ஸட் ரெம்யூனரேஷன் அந்த மாதிரி எழுதி வச்சுருந்ததுன்னா டெஃபினெட்லி என்ன பண்ண வேண்டியிருக்கும். ஆனால் அலைன்டு வித் 40B, நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம்னா பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் டீடில் பண்ணுவோம் ஆஸ் பர் 40B. அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணும்போது 40B அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணும்போது ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கலி இது வரும். ஆனால் அடுத்த வருஷத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பிரச்சனை அப்படின்னா 40B எல்லாமே போயிடும், இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் பில்லு வந்துடும். அப்போ நமக்கு அந்த டைமில் டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணலாம். ஃபார் த டைம் பீயிங், தோஸ் ஹூ ஹேவ் that clause as per 40B, there is no requirement to amend what? The deed. The second thing is, if you are giving, so for what are all the concerns it would be applicable. For a partnership firm it would be applicable. For limited liability partnership also it would be applicable. It would not be applicable for foreign firms. Foreign LLP can applicability illai. Then second situation is, if you are paying to a working partner also to non-working partner. Working partner ku பண்ணும்போதும் non-working partner ku பண்ணும்போதும் என்ன applicability வரும்? TDS applicability வரும். அது resident partner ku பண்ணும்போது non-resident partner ku பண்ணும்போது என்ன applicability வரும்? TDS applicability வரும். இதில் என்ன பிரச்சனை அப்படின்னா, say suppose you have not deducted TDS deduct பண்ணிட்டில்லை. So first replication is, if you have paid to a resident person 30% disallowance. இல்லையா சார்? If you have paid to non-resident person 100% disallowance. இல்லையா சார்? எஸ். அதில் செகண்ட் பிரச்சனை அப்படின்னா, ஃபஸ்ட்டு இப்போ இஃப் யூ ஆர் பேயிங் டு ஏ நான் ஒர்க்கிங் பார்ட்னர், சப்போஸ் இஃப் யூ ஆர் பேயிங் 5 lakh rupees, very 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 important point, hope you are all following me. Can I expect so? The point is, suppose you are paying to a non-working partner 5 lakh rupees, isn't it? This section 40B is not an allowable section, it's a disallowable section only. If you are paying to a non-working partner, that 5 lakh rupees itself is disallowed. Illiya sir. Then again, if you are paying without deducting TDS, suppose he to be a non-resident, 100% is another disallowability. So if you are paying 5 lakh rupees to a non-working partner, 10 lakh rupees disallowability. Is it possible? No, it is not. For a single sort of a thing, two sorts of disallowabilities are not possible. Anyhow, I am trying to make out through that potential situation which may arise due to this amendment or this insertion of this section 194T. Point number 1. So in second point, we know, suppose that partner is being paid with higher remuneration over and above 40B. Suppose 6 lakh rupees being that amount of allowable remuneration. Suppose you are paying 8 lakh rupees remuneration to the partners without deducting TDS. For 6 lakh rupees, for the reason Vineet sir, it is allowable one. Appo, that 6 lakh rupees, it would not be taxable in the hands of 8 lakh rupees total you have paid a remuneration. Are you getting sir? Practical situation only I am trying to tell you. 8 lakh rupees suppose you have paid it to partners. And as per 40B, 6 lakh is allowable remuneration. So 2 lakh rupees would be added back in the partnership books of accounts. இல்லையா சார்? ஆனால் பார்ட்னருக்கு எவ்வளோ கிடச்சிருக்கு? 8 லட்சம் ரூபாய் கிடச்சிருக்கு. சிங்கிள் பார்ட்னர்னு நினச்சிக்கோங்க. ஸோ ஃபார் தட் பர்சன் 6 lakh rupees இஸ் taxable, 2 lakh rupees இஸ் exempted. இல்லையா சார்? ஃபார் த ரீசன் அந்த 2 lakh rupeesக்கு டேக்ஸ் யார் பே பண்ணியிருக்கு? பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் ஃபேம் பண்ணியிருக்கு. 6 lakh rupees மட்டும்தான் பார்ட்னரோட கையில் என்ன வேண்டி வரும்? டேக்ஸ் வேண்டி வரும். ஆனால் அந்த 8 lakh rupeesக்கும் TDS பிடிக்கலை அப்படினால் 6 lakh rupeesக்கு டிசலவபிலிட்டி, 8 lakh rupeesக்கு டிசலவபிலிட்டி. கன்ஃபியூஷன் வருதே? அந்த மாதிரி எல்லா கன்ஃபியூஷன்ஸும் என்ன எதுமாய் பந்தப்பட்டு வருது? 194T பந்தப்பட்டு வரக்கூடி இருக்கு. Even though you are not learning income tax, I am trying to learn Tamil. So in that context, 194T definitely is going to become what? A headache. Yes, sir. Why? Because, sir, 8 lakh, for that sake, 8 lakh entirety is not been disallowed under 40B. 30% only would be disallowed under 40A 1A. That's what I was telling. 6 lakh is allowable. 2 lakh disallowed as per what? 40B. Now the entire 8 lakh, suppose they have not deducted the TDS, 40A 1A would be applicable now. Again, whether it would be on 6 lakh or 8 lakh. 8 lakh. 2 lakh already disallowed. That's how, sir, for a single transaction you are having 2 disallowances. For 2 lakh rupees excess pay, 2 lakh disallowed, 60,000 extra disallowed. For paying 2 lakh rupees, 2 lakh 60,000 disallowed, 60,000 extra income. Are you getting the point, sir? So this many intricacies are there for 194T. Some illustrations also I have given, but due to paucity of time, I don't know how much time have been given to me, now 12:30. Tally persons are also waiting eagerly. Up to 1 o'clock. So, சொல்லுங்க சார். Sir, அதில் 194H, if that relationship is partnership, it is not principal-agent relationship, it is principal to principal, thereby 194H applicable கிடையாது. பார்ட்னரோட கமிஷனில் 194H இல்லை. இந்த பார்ட்னர் கமிஷன் கொடுக்கும்போது இப்போ எதுவுமே டிடிஎஸ் இல்லை. இப்போ கமிஷன் கொடுக்கும்போது அது வரும். வரும்போது 194Tல அது பண்ண கூடி இருக்கும். 20,000 and above வரும்போது 10% டிடெக்ட் பண்ணியே தான் ஆகணும். Yes. So this is the third thing that I want to make you know about 194T. I have given some illustrations also. In this illustration, if you see, partnership firm book profit 20 lakh rupees. The partnership firm paid a remuneration of 7,50,000 each. 15 lakh rupees they have given, but only the allowable amount is 13,80,000 rupees using that 40B computation sort of slabs. Non-working partner Fleming, they have also paid. Firm paid interest of 5 lakh rupees, 15%. 3% is what? Disallowable. So in this context, total disallowance 40A 1A, the entire amount of interest and remuneration they have now deducted what? TDS. So 7,50,000, 7,50,000, 5 lakh, 20 lakh multiplied by 30%, 6,60,000 would be 40A 1A disallowance. Isn't it, sirs? Yes. Over and above under 40B for this interest paid and over and above 12%, 1 lakh rupees would be disallowed there. I'm not trying to go through those calculation. Excess 12%, how much would be disallowed? 1 lakh would be disallowed. Then remuneration to non-working partner, entire amount would be disallowed, isn't it, sir? Then what do you call? On the entire amount, the disallowance would be 5,20,000. So it would tantamount to duplication. 2 types of disallowance, whether it were applicable, no, it won't. Legally speaking, for a single sort of an this thing, only a single sort of disallowance should be there. So 40B is some sort of a specific disallowance. So maybe 40A 1A or 40A may not be applicable on those things, but definitely yes, we have to go through what? Those things, some arithmetical issues are there. Instead of 3 lakh for non-working partner, it is 7,50,000. So kindly do reread it as follows. But anyhow, the point is, for non-working partner, if you have paid the remuneration, there would be disallowance under 2 sections. If you have paid it over and above 40B limit, again, you would be having what? Duplication of what? Disallowance. For non-resident, if it is, it would be 100% disallowance under section 40A. So this is what the intricacies which are being happening for this thing. Then I was mentioning, for non-deduction of TDS, 4 types of what? 4 types of consequences are there. First consequence, disallowance would be there, isn't it, sir? 30% disallowance, 100% disallowance I have already mentioned. Second one with regarding to levy of interest, 18%, 12% interest would be there. Over and above penalties would be there. Over and above all those penalties and all, nowadays definitely yes, the income tax department TDS wing have initiated 276D prosecution 3 months to 7 years. Again, do I repeat? Free food and accommodation. Therein, the thing is, the persons who would be responsible to direct would be accountants, auditors, external consultants, etc. But the person who is going to suffer is the management people, the directors, the partner, etc. So kindly do make it note about. Prosecution proceedings are also held to have been initiated. Nowadays, 2 amendments have been made for TDS as well as TCS. For TDS 2024 budget amended, for TCS 2025 budget amended, wherein in amendment, if there is a slight delay in payment of tax, this month's TDS is supposed to pay it before 7th of next month. Yes, sir. In the month of TDS next month, 7th, except for the month of March, adukku mattum April 30th vare date irukku. And the 7th il irundha 10th 15th ellame varumbodhu earlier oru single day default irundadunale enna vandidum prosecution vandidum. Ana ipo eppadi appadina அந்த குவார்ட்டரோட ரிட்டர்ன் சப்மிட் பண்ண டேட்டு வரைக்கும் என்ன இருக்குது டேட் இருக்குது அதுக்கு உள்ளே நீங்கள் சலான் பண்ணி பேமெண்ட் பண்ணேன்னா என்ன கிடையாது 276D கிடையாது. ஆனால் ரிட்டர்ன் சப்மிட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு லேட் ஆகும்போது டிடெக்ட் பண்ணக்கூடியதுக்கு டிடெக்ட் பண்ணாட்டி டிடெக்ட் பண்ணாதது பேமெண்ட்டு நடத்தாட்டி டெஃபினெட்லி எஸ் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு ஹேவ் வாட் 276D 3 months to 7 years. It is not a childish play. The thing is the notices are being issued. Notices என்ன இருக்குது that again, now it is not the normal rate of tax. For this year you are having 2 rates of extra taxes, 206AA and 206AB, isn't it, sir? PAN Aadhaar link pannitille lingla appo adu enna PAN aidum invalidate PAN. Instead of deducting it at normal rate 20%, 206AB our return submit pannitille avaroda TDS CGS credit 50,000 above, 206AB 5% or double the rate, whichever is higher. Lingla, sir. So instead of knowing that him to be a specified person, suppose we have deducted a normal rate. Part deduction would also deemed to be non-deduction. All the consequences for non-deduction would be there for whom also? Partial deduction also. So up to prosecution they are having. So this many things. Actually this TDS is facilitating for the government. Yes, sir. TDS deduct பண்ணும்போது டிடக்டருக்கு கமிஷன் கிடைக்குதா? On behalf of government only he is deducting, collecting and paying. இல்லை சார், அதில் இன்டென்ஷனலி கிடையாது, அன்இன்டென்ஷனலி இதில் வரும்போது என்ன வேறு வரும்? ப்ராசிக்யூஷன் வரும். Actually that even though the term is TDS is literally tedious. அந்த மாதிரி வரக்கூடிய ஒரு செக்ஷன் TDS provisions. அதில் என்ன வே அவுட்னு பார்க்கும்போது ஒரு சிங்கிள் ஹம்பிள் வே அவுட் for non-deduction of TDS, for non-payment of DDS, for non-deducting it at normal rate and all, if you have failed to do it, one way out, one solution. Chalatuma sir, you have to deduct TDS from say Mr. A. Mr. A la irundha TDS panna vendi irundhathu, ana adu deduct பண்ணாம அது பே பண்ணியிருக்கு. அது ஜூலை ஆகஸ்ட் செப்டம்பர் எல்லாமே ஆயாச்சு. அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணும்போது என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம் பார்க்கும்போது அந்த person who have received income from us, suppose அந்த person return ப்ராப்பராக என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கு சப்மிட் பண்ணியிருக்கு, நாம கொடுத்த அந்த எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் அவரோட இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் ரிட்டர்னில் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கு இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணியிருக்கு, அவர் அதோட டேக்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கு பே பண்ணியிருக்கு. அந்த மாதிரி சர்டிஃபிகேட் யார் தருது? அவரோட சார்ட்டர்ட் அக்கௌண்டன்ட் தருது. அப்படின்னா இந்த ஃபார்ம் 26A பார்க்கும்போது even though you have not deducted the TDS, but your deductee, your payee have complained with all those things, and just as if 3CB and the madri audit report allame submit பண்ணுவீங்களா, that it would be uploaded here, it has to be accepted there, it has to come back to here, all those proceedings would be there, just as if their chartered accountant have to give what this certification under this form 26A. And if you are getting that 26A from your deductee, then even though you have not deducted it at proper rate, even though you have not deducted and deposited the same, you would not be having what assessee in default status, and the same provisions are there in new bill also. Clear, sir? The form is louder, sir. Important form, sir. 26A definitely yes is going to be an solution, but it is not a permanent solution. Without deducting TDS every year 26A, whether it would serve? No. Only for missing cases definitely yes you can save the purposes of using this form 26A. Then quickly through some budget 2025 amendments, we know the slab limits have been increased. Yes, sir. That's quite easy to remember because the slab limits everything is multiplication table of 4. Write everything multiplication table of 5. You see, sir, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. They are 0, 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. So very quite easy to remember the same 4 and 5. So in that context, rebate already I have told you in a budget memorandum 10 and 11. Sir, entire PowerPoint actually I am going to give you, sir. So if you want, take my picture, sir. I am going to leave today. So therein, so the point is, under this thing, actually that rebate I was telling, 87A I was mentioning, under that 87A, there is a clause telling in the budget memorandum that it has been mentioned in proviso to 87A, but in 87A there is no such proviso, telling that there would not be rebate eligibility for specially rated taxable income in form of 111A, 11, 112A, but for 112A it is there, isn't it? For 112A alone, I would be telling you, under section 112A, there is a specific rider telling that rebate under 87A would not be applicable for which income? 112A, long-term capital gain arising out of share security after paying STT, except for 112A, there would not be any restriction for 87A, but in this budget memorandum, it has been categorically mentioned that you would not be eligible to get what? 87A relief. Whether it would stand or not, we don't know. Why? Because it is overriding the act, isn't it? So definitely it is going to become what? A judicial issue. For the time being, definitely yes. It is not for 25,000 rupees, it is for 60,000 rupees. So definitely more appeals would come, more legal clarity have to be raised on this issue. Rebate is negated for specially rated taxable income under budget memorandum. Then various change in threshold limits of TDS also, I am not trying to indulge into it. Then critical two changes. First one, nowadays we know 194Q, 206E1H, interplay between those sections. On a same transaction, seller is collecting TCS, clear sir, TDS. For the reason that the TCS has been collected, TDS not been deducted. Whether the immunity would be given to the buyer. Are you getting the point, sir? Already petrol pump enna pannirukku? Petrol pump appadina HP, IOC. Avaru petrol, diesel kodukumbodhu enna collect pannirukku? TCS collect pannirukku, 0.1% collect pannirukku, irrespective of whether the buyer have turnover more than 10 crore or not. If there is requirement for 194Q as well as 206C1H, TDS would override. So buyer is supposed to deduct what? TDS. But the seller is not allowing you to deduct what? TDS. But if the buyer insists on the same, next day irundhu petrol varadu. So definitely his sort of trade is under what? Pressure. So what he is doing is he is not deducting TDS. So suppose he has not deducted TDS, whether he can escape telling that TCS has been collected? Whether he can escape? Yes or no? But the answer is yes. I would tell you, sir, this thing would take care of you. Kindly do note it down. Circular number 13/2021. Circular number 13/2021 says, in any situations, if the TCS has been collected before deducting what? TDS, what should not be taken? Procedure, prosecution, whatever it is, should not be taken on the seller. Oh, so not on the seller. The buyer, the petrol pump person says what? This circular, we can take use of this circular 13/2021. Hope you have noted it down too.
Many of the things are being done only by circulars.
Yes, sir.
The law doesn't permit it, whereas they are positive.
Then again, sir, the circulars only binding on department, not on taxpayers. Only those favorable sort of things we can take. Other thing we need not. Yes. Then all those days done and dusted. From first day of April 2025, the TCS is no more. RIP to TCS. On those transactions, TCS would not be there. But for motor vehicle, for precious things over and about 10 lakh rupees, TCS would be there. This 206E1H would not be there. Then that draconian section 206AB was there. Section 206AB, I was mentioning in reporting portal, you can see those defaulters. You would be required to deduct what? Higher rate of taxes, without which that part deduction would amount to what? Non-deduction. But from 1/4/2025, this section is also not there. This section 206AB have been also omitted. From 1/4/2025, there were some experts who were being mentioning that if some sections are being omitted without any repeal clause, right from the inception of that section is not what? Valid. Whether we can take that aggressive sort of thing or not, I don't know. Anyhow, up to 31st of March 2025, what is there? 206AB is there. Then whether that PAN Aadhaar not linked, 206AA has been done and dusted? No. That thing would be there. You have to link Aadhaar with everything. Isn't it, sir? So in that context, 206AA would be there. What would not be there? 206 AA would not be there. So this is another sort of an favorable amendment as far as these assessees are concerned. Then updated return also, we know 12 months, 24 months are there. 12 months you have to pay what? 50%, 25% extra. For 24 months delay you have to pay 50% extra. Now 36 months, 48 months have been given. For 36 months delay, 60% extra you would be required to pay. For 48 months delay you would have to pay what? 70% extra. So that from first day of April 2025 literally you can go for back for assessment TS and you can file what? Updated returns. Again, it would be in my slide, kindly to go through. Paucity of time, I am actually not indulging onto those intricacies. In the final lap, definitely yes. One more thing. This MSME amendment, it may be pro to MSME because the turnover limits of MSME investment have been increased from 1 to 25, 5 to 10, 10 to 25 and 50 to 100, 50 to 125 and 50 to 500. Whether it is a favorable amendment or an unfavorable amendment. Favorable amendment only, prima facie. But the thing that you have to see is 43BH. 43BH. 43BH, because till now, those persons who are having turnover more than 50 crores were being classified as what? Medium. Thereby, you would be out of reach of what? 43BH. But instead of that 50, now you have to see what? 100 crore up to turnover, you are becoming what? Hello? 43BH for manufacturers and service providers. Again, after 10 days, you have to see all those creditors list. If anything payable over and above 15 days, 45 days, entire amount is going to become what? Disallowed expense as per 43BH. I don't know whether Trichy practitioners are following 43BH or not. Whether we are following 43BH, sir? Whether disallowance are being happening, sir? So still you are accountants of those people. Auditors of the people, I do wonder. Because that a draconian amendment, this 43BH is, which the trade associations definitely have to pressure the government in order to get that an amendment. Because the finance minister too belongs to this state only. No use. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Not on to politics. Now, so that MSME threshold limit extension I was trying to tell about. Now on to the final lap, the income tax bill 2025. So what is happening 2025, I would tell you in a single humble sentence, whatever it was in this income tax act has been converted into be in a simple concise format to be on form of what? Income tax bill. No change in tax rates, no change in tax policies. They are trying to simplify. By simplifying, they doesn't know that they are actually complexifying the situations. They brought on goods and simple tax on 2017, we are behind that show, isn't it, sir? The act came in simple, the rules, the formats, the circular, as we mentioned, actually if we are 1 week, if you are out of station, then you are out of office also. That many circulars, that many notifications that which are coming. So see, act is actually seeming to be what? Simple only. Instead of all those explanations, instead of all those provisos and all, everything have been curbed under what? A single sort of sections. Even though the sections in income tax in serial number, it was 298. In income tax totally 1961, 298 sections were there. But now if you see, the total sections, if you see, including those inserted sections, 10A, 10AA, 10IA, 10AAB, etc. sections were there, 80IA, IAC, IAO, IAOs were there. So all those sections, if you see, totally it was been amounting to 819 sections. Now it has been reduced to 536 sections. First section preamble, 536 repeal clause, 536 total sections are there in this proposed income tax bill 2025. And in this existing act, 5,12,000 words were there, now almost 50% only, isn't it? Is it the old wine in new bottle? Yes, sir. Act always is complicated, sir. Just as if without heat there would not be fire. That much correlation is there. Anyhow, so that 2,60,000 words it has been reduced. Then 1,200 provisos and 900 explanations were there in the existing provisions in the existing act. All the provisions, all the explanations are not now, till now. We don't know whether how it would be in when it is being passed in form of act. Then definitions only given spaces for various technical jargons. Now after every chapter there would be some spaces for interpretations. So those terms which are being used under this chapter, separate portion, interpretations have been assigned with. Then all those technical jargons, I don't know whether it was a technical jargon, notwithstanding it would not be there. Instead of notwithstanding, new name. What it is, sir? Irrespective of. This government policy is to rename everything. Notwithstanding renamed to what? Irrespective of. In accordance with the renamed for what? As per. Likewise, passive voice renamed towards what? Active voices. Redundant provisions were being removed. Concise, lucid, easy and ready to understand everything has been done. Comprehensively they are using what? Tables. I would tell you a simple critical amendment in this or change in this income tax bill. Nowadays, the TDS are under section 192 to 196D, isn't it, sir? Hello? இப்போ TDS ஓட section 192லே இருந்து 196D மட்டுக்கும் இருக்கு. 192 salary, 193 interest on security, 194 dividend, 194 interest other than that of security, BB அந்த மாதிரி lottery crossword puzzle, C contractors, D insurance commission, அந்த மாதிரி 196D வரைக்கும் என்ன இருக்கு? TDS ஓட provisions இருக்கு. அதில் கொஞ்சமான sections residents-க்கு மட்டும் applicable. Only applicable to residents. கொஞ்சம் sections only applicable to non-residents. கொஞ்சம் sections both applicable to both residents as well as non-residents. கொஞ்சம் exemptions also. இல்லையா சார்? அந்த மாதிரி இந்த புது செக்ஷன்ஸில் TDS ஓட செக்ஷன்ஸ் ரொம்ப ஈஸி. கற்றுக்கவா? Shall we learn? Shall we learn, sir? Right from 192 to 196D I was mentioning now. For 192 salary, new clause is 392. What it is? So 192 plus 200. What is section? 392 stands for which TDS, sir? Salary. Clear? From 193 to 196D, only a single clause, 393. 393. So a single clause for sections ranging from 193 to 196D. Within which, in that clause or in that section 393, you are having totally 4 tables. How many tables? Nowadays, what is happening is after GST Council meeting, some we people, experts would be making it as a table and it would be circulated in WhatsApp now. Now government says you are not required, we would be preparing what? In table only. We would be preparing what? Chart only. You people are going to lose your job. In that context, 4 tables are there in clause 394. First table for those TDS applicable for residents alone. For non-residents alone, second table. Residents as well as non-residents, third table. Then exemptions are there now. Hello? Say for interest on security 194A, this many debentures, this many bonds, it is exempted. For 194C, if you are getting services from a transportation contractor having lesser than 10, they are giving you PAN exemption is there. All those exemptions are being given in 4th table. So no, nothing what larger, all these sections, all these provisos, all those explanations, everything have been what? Done and dusted. So in that easy way, only 2 sections for TDS. Which are they? 392, oh great. Second one, 393 for another, everyone, 193 to 260. Then 206, definitely total number of TCS, everything, under 394. So all those sections we have learned within 1 hour. So all these sections, so that's what the government actually is intending. Without going for all those, remembering all those sections and all, you are not going to write PSC examination. Here it is also PSC, no? Tamil Nadu PSC. So in that context, what is happening is, here, in order to simplify those languages, in order to come across with various amendments, there were totally 4,000 amendments. After implementing 1961 till date, there are totally 4,000 amendments. Lot of legal clarity were being required. For all those sake, they are trying to implement this new, fresh income tax bill, which is going to get rolled from first day of April 2026. And again, I am telling you, 26-27 is the tax year, isn't it, sir? Now that concept of previous year assessment here, done and dusted, I was mentioning, it would be the tax year concept. And that tax year, I was mentioning tax year and period subsequent to tax year, isn't it? Those thing actually is going to come up with. Then new terms, those at the time of implementation of income tax 1961, this new digital currencies etc. were not there, virtual digital asset, central bank, digital currency etc. were not there. So in order to take in with all those concepts, they have came up with what? All these things. Then some among those concerns, within a couple of minutes I would be winding up my session. Couple of concerns is with regarding to clause 533. In that 533, there is a clause which tells that the CBDT can amend, can change the law without getting the assent of Parliament. Are you getting the situation, sir? Before GST, only a single budget you have to study. Yes, sir. February masathile union budget varum, March mandile state budget varum, and the budget mattam paakumbodhu inda Tamil Nadu VAT law, service tax, income tax ellame kathikalam. Yes, sir. And after implementation of GST, 269A, 279A and all GST council came into force. So whenever GST councils are actually meeting, there is a scope for a mini budget. Yes, sir. Every couple of months they are having what? That in budget. And actually they would be telling the facts, and the Parliament would be issuing what? Circular notification, etc. It would be made into force. And my dear professional friends, including that the association representatives, the same thing is going to become for what also? Hello? Why? Because in 2017-16 and all, actually we were all learning model law of GST. Yes, sir. 10 രൂപ പെൻ പർച്ചേസ് പണ്ണത് 10 പ്ലസ് 2 രൂപ ടാക്സ് 15 പ്ലസ് 3 രൂപ ടാക്സ് 3 മൈനസ് 1 1 രൂപ അടച്ചിട്ട് GST ഓവർ. Yes, sir. That is model GST. Is that the GST which is in hand right now? Just as if now actually that income tax is somewhat okay. After this amendment, after this simplification, definitely it is going to get complexified due to this clause 533, wherein the CBDT without the assent of the legislature can themselves what? Introduce provision. They can introduce what? New sorts of things. Just as if in budget memorandum we saw what? 87A negated. In that context, CBDT is having that overwhelming power. We the trading community, we the practicing community, fraternity have to what? React. For which we should also what? Understand what it is. Not after getting amendment we have to react right now. Second one, their capacity to access digital avenues. So anything and everything in your WhatsApp, in your Instagram, in your Gmail, everything without your permission, who can indulge with? Income tax department can what? Indulge with. That many another thing. Then for the time being, for 148, for 50 not specified cases, 50 lakh, 3 years is the limit. Over and above 5 lakh, 50 lakh, 5 years is the limit. Now in the new so-called income tax escapement cases, 3 has been enhanced to 4, 5 has been enhanced to what? 6. So all these things definitely yes we have to react, isn't it? So this many sorts of what? Things are also there. Then just as if we are using ChatGPT in order to make replies for our notices and all, I do strongly suppose, because I was also a member of this proposing committee to expert on behalf of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So what I have got an impression is, the income tax department also have used ChatGPT in order to make what? New bill. They have given the old provision and they have given some instructions in order to convert these explanation provisos into what? Act sort of a thing. So lot of legal issues are also there. Lot of drafting issues are also there. So all those things definitely yes we do wish that by becoming the act all these things would be sorted with. So now time to wind up. Thank you Trichy Association along with AFTP giving me an opportunity to interact with you all. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you Taily.
So winding this session, I would like to invite Mrs. Srimati Karpagammal, a senior tax practitioner from Trichy. Because Nirmala Sitaraman is our financial minister, our all wives and mothers are our finance ministers. She is the finance minister here. We would like to honor Karpagamma. Please. I invite
all the taxpayers and everybody is calling me only as
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and past Chairman Bhaskar sir will honor. Eldrigamla. ஓகே அடுத்து அவருக்கு கொடுத்துருங்க நம்ம ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி. அஜித் சார் போயிட்டாரு. இருக்காரு தண்ணி குடிச்சுட்டு. அஜித் சார் ஆனா ஓடி போய் நில்லுங்க சார் கோடி கேட்டார்.
143.1 assessment year 24-25, they are specifically disallowing for 112 and 111A, for which assessment year 24-25 the section does not allowing. The section is allowing 87A, but CPC is disallowing for 112 and 111A. What is the remedy for that? Even for the rectification petition, they are not doing it.
Sir, this thing, the remedy actually I have already mentioned. Your good name, sir? Srinivasan, sir. The thing is not only for assessment year 24-25, may it be for assessment year 25-26, nor maybe for budget 25-26-27, nor maybe in this bill. This bill 156 thing equivalent for 87 also. There is no explicit disallowance, negation for what? This especially taxable income. Only in this budget memorandum they have proposed this thing. I was mentioning 533 clause also. So the only remedy is for minor cases, 100, 200, 500, 1000 rupees up to, you kindly ask your client to pay. Over and above 1000 rupees, definitely yes, Commissioner of Appeals are giving favorable orders.
Then 87, purpose of giving 87A is getting defeated.
That's what, sir. That's what I was mentioning.
Taxpayers are,
yes, sir. That's what. I am also in your shoes also.
If I am up to file a writ petition in High Court, then I have to spend 50,000 or 1 lakh. The rebate amount is only 20,000.
I am not supporting department, sir. I am not Nirmala Sitharaman. I am on your review also. I am also supporting you.
Giving that in the prospective.
Yes, sir. Not prospective, sir. In prospective section. In prospective section also it is no, there is.
It's not updated with retrospective effect.
Then again, sir, memorandum cannot override act. Memorandum cannot override.
I do not know what to do in this issue.
In appeal is only remedy.
Return filed before July.
No, sir. Actually, powerful associations are there, sir. Powerful associations are there. I recommend the same towards the Southern Zone Chairman, Jafar Ali sir is here. I do propose him to make a move. Definitely, yes, it may move.
One small compliment, and you can also represent through Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, because this
We
is
have,
Apex body.
we have already done Apex body in books only. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We now move on to an essential session on tally updates. To guide us through the latest updates, we have with us Mr. D. Franklin, Lead Sales Capability South Zone, Tally Solutions Bangalore, and Mr. Sadiq Basha, General Manager, Vijay Soft Solutions, Trichy and Chennai. Their insights will help us leverage the latest tools for better financial management and compliance. Without further ado, I invite them to take the stage and share their expertise.
Good afternoon, everyone. After a heavy lunch, it is difficult to be awake, but I will try my level best. Ellorkum vanakkam. So Madam has introduced. So we will get into the product presentation. So we are in the process of automating and growing all businesses. So you are all tax experts who support businesses automate and grow. So we are also in that journey supporting you. So the life of a business owner, what is automation all about? So basically, now we have moved from cash to UPI, the way we make payments. And for navigation, we have moved from auto valas to navigation, right? So basically, it has made our lives more simpler, faster, easier, and more comfortable, and it's more efficient also, right? So when you make a GPay, you've got a history, transaction history, by which you will be able to see what all expenses you have made. So while you are making a cash transaction, you don't have that luxury. So even for a common man, it's been given. So it's the blessing of technology. So it's instant, it's very secure, and it's very convenient also, right? So like that, actually, Tally Prime has also to offer you. So these are the basic design principles of Tally. First one is simplicity, second is flexibility, third is speed, fourth is reliability, fifth is security, and the sixth is scalability. So whatever features you see in Tally is all a reflection of these values. So it will make your life so simple, and whatever businesses that you do, so it is so flexible that you can make Tally work the way you want. And as you all know, it is very fast. So on the data that you generate, or the balance sheet or the P&L that you generate, is all very reliable. So even for scrutiny, they take Tally data only. And the security part also we have enhanced. And moreover, you can use across for example, if you are moving from a normal organization to a organized organization, basically if you are not using any orders, sale orders, purchase orders, and now you want to use sale orders, purchase orders, you will be able to use it very easily. So the scalability of your operations is made very simple, right? Along with this, we are also giving some unlimited reports. So basically it's easy to use. So it's an easy to use. Basically we have got around 25 lakh customers across the globe, basically because of this one feature, that is usability, right? So if you know enter and escape, you can use Tally. So that is how it is. You need not do any keys. You have to just enter if you want to get into any report, and if you escape, you come out of the report. So it is as simple as that. So we have created this one, this feature in the Tally Prime Release 5.0. We'll just see the impact of that release. Basically what is happening is, we are creating a voucher. So there I go and create the ledger. Now what I am doing, instead of that I am giving the GSTN. So it is directly fetching the details from the GST portal. So whatever is coming in blue is GST portal, and whatever is in black is our data. So now the ledger has been created. We didn't do anything. So we just fetch the details of GSTN. Now the ledger is created, and it's very simple. This happened how? Because since we are a GSP, GST Suvidha provider, we are given the facility to link to the GST portal directly, and you can create automatic ledger creation by using GSTN. So this is how we have made the lives of business owners very simple. So you need not change any way of working. Suppose you are doing your accounting work, or your auditing work, or your taxation work in a particular manner, you need not change that. So basically Tally will change according to your instructions. So basically that is the flexibility that we are trying to share with you, right? So here is one more flexibility which is very useful for GSTPs. It is import any data in any format of Excel. Any Excel format, you can import your masters, your vouchers, transactions into Tally. Any format. Need not be any Excel, this particular format, any format. So that also we have introduced so that it will be easy for you, because many of your clients also have Excel data, right? So this is the headers. So based on that, we have given a sample format. If you want to use our sample format, you can use, or if you have got your own format, we can map that format and then you can import it. So we are using import Excel. So we are picking that file from the directory, and so sales details it is, that is sales transactions, B2B, that sheet has got the data. So it will come like this, right? So this is the field in Tally, and that is the field in Excel. So you need to map it. That is only once you have to map it, After that, when it's mapped, it will automatically, next time onwards, you can simply import the Excel and you can get the data into your Tally very easily. So this is a blessing, because previously it was done as a customization. But if suppose you want to import data from Excel to Tally, you need to do a customization. Now it is all within the product. So basically this is given for you GSTPs predominantly and for customers also, but we had GSTPs in mind when we derived at this feature. So you can see all the vouchers have got imported, right? So you need not change anything. As of now also you are taking Excel and you are doing it. Now also you will take Excel and do it, but now it will be much more simpler and it will be much more flexible, right? Just a minute. Okay. So no setup is required to create any transaction. So basically you can do it very fast. So that we have given, that option we have given in a fraction of seconds. And it is trustworthy and secure. So due to shortage of time, I am just skimming through that. We have security control so that your data will be very secure. You can track all the changes that you do. You can report, you can view the reports in browser also. That is very useful because we are all using mobile phones. So if you want to access data of your client, then you can access through mobile also. You can view it. All reports you can view. So these are all the connected features. See, basically Tally is getting into connected world. Basically we are trying to take all our SME customers, small and medium enterprises, into a connected world. So where first we have connected GST. So we have now integrated with GST. Now we are connecting with banks. Okay, and we are connecting with the clients of the business owners through WhatsApp. So it is basically a world of connectivity where everyone will be connected, so that there will be no requirement for you to go outside of Tally and do some operation. So your banking you can do it within Tally, your GST you can do it within Tally, your communication to your clients you can do it within Tally. Anything and everything will come inside Tally. So we call it as Tally World. So 25 lakh customers we have got now under the umbrella of Tally. So it will be around, we are targeting around 50 lakh customers in another 3 years. So basically by that time what we arrive at is, we will be having a, just like Google, you will be having Tally World, wherein you punch in any data, you will get the result. So basically you need not create. If suppose somebody creates a purchase, okay, somebody creates a sales, it will be a purchase for you. So that scenario is going to come in the near future. So that way we are going into a connected world, connected environment. So these are all the things which we have as of now in the connected TallyNet features. One is the Tally reports in browser, then AWS. We have Tally on cloud also. So we have got a tie-up with AWS. So Tally Prime on AWS is available. Then WhatsApp, and then QR code and payment link is available in Tally. You can very well use this to collect your payments from customers.
Request members not to chit chat, please.
And see, this connected GST we have got in the release 5.0. we gave this one, that is return upload, return download, return reconciliation, and filing, and moreover ITC at risk. This ITC at risk is a very interesting thing, because we are giving the ITC amount which is at risk for a business owner, by which what we mean is this much amount is at risk for you in your ITC. So that is a very good report which all of you will be happy to see. Please make use of that. It is given in Tally, so in release 5.0. So and reconciliation, the activity of reconciliation has been removed. So once you download GSTR 2A or 2B, automatically in Tally it will be reconciled. There is no time for reconciliation required, so it is automatic. So your return upload, your return download, so during download it will reconcile with your transactions. There will be exact match transactions, there will be potentially matching transactions, everything will be done, and it will be automatic. So you will not do any reconciliation, right? So then is your automatic ledger creation. That's what we saw in the first. That is using GST number you can create ledgers, automatic. So this is the GST life cycle, that is the 31 day in a month, whatever we have got returns and filing dates. So basically so these are all the features that we have given in the, that is uploads and downloads, direct integrated uploads on. Basically now Tally is directly linked with the GST portal. So when you click on download, you can download any number of forms, GSTR 1, 2, any number of forms for any number of GSTNs, and it will directly come into your Tally. And likewise you can upload also. And while downloading, automatically it will reconcile with your books. So that is the thing, upload and download. Second will be filing, GSTR1 filing. You can do directly from Tally itself. You need not go out of Tally. And as I have told you, ITC at risk is shown to you. So now I will come to release 6. This is the latest release. That one was the previous release, Tally Prime release 5.0. Now this is the latest release, that is Tally Prime release 6. We have launched this one on March 18th. So what we are trying to do with this is, we are trying to connect customers to their banks. So they will not go out of Tally for any of their banking transactions, whether it is payment, receipt, BRS, anything for that matter. You will do it from Tally, within Tally, right? So, and there we have brought a new concept called connected banking. So connected banking, Axis Bank, State Bank and Kotak Bank. So these three bank customers, okay, they will have a connected banking feature. For example, all the banks will be integrated to Tally, and because of which you can see the balance. If you click on get balance, you will get the balance. If you click on statement, you will get the statement. You need not get into the bank portal for getting your statement or your balance. So that is connected banking for you. So that will be with three banks. As of now, it is with three banks, Axis, State and Kotak. Okay, and then from your bank statement you can create your books. From your bank statement you can create your books. You need not create the voucher again. So automatic multi-voucher you can create. If suppose you have downloaded the bank statement, in the bank statement you have got 100 entries, you can just control spacebar 100 entries and say create. It will create all the 100 entries, right? So, and it will also give you suggestions like which ledger you can map. So that ledger mapping also is there. And if you want to group some transactions and map it to one single ledger, that also can be done. Consolidation of vouchers to a single ledger. So everything is done in this release 6.0. And moreover, BRS, it is very much enhanced. I'll just walk you through this connected banking reconciliation. So it will be, so all banking options. Under that first we have to log into your connected banking. First you have to get yourself configured for that particular bank. So for that you will be giving your Tally username and TallyNet username and password. So these are all the three banks. So first time, since you are enrolling, you have to give your TallyNet ID, then your mobile number, and you have to agree to the terms and conditions. And because if you press yes there, it will go to the terms and conditions page. So that's the reason we have made it no. Then now you give, then your OTP will come to your mobile number. Once you give the OTP, so you will be connected. So you are logged into connected banking for that particular bank. Right? So bank connections. What are all the banks that you have connected? Axis, Kotak and State Bank. So your connection ID is there. So you can select any of the banks and you can find out the details. What is the connection ID and all. Then you can find your balance. Get balance is the option. So this ID only, basically you are connecting there only, but you are connecting from Tally. So that is the difference. Now we will see how to see live balance, bank balance from Tally itself. You can go to get balance and you can click on get balance and you can select the bank for which you want to check the balance. So it should be connected there. Then you say get balance, then you get the balance. So for Kotak, for SBI if you say, so it will give you the live balance. It is not some yesterday's balance or something. It will be the live balance. Whatever you will see when you log into your banking, that it will give. If you want to see what is the ledger balance in your books, that also you can have a column. What is there in your books and what is there in the bank. Right? So it will give you the details also. It will give you the complete details. So you can also get bank statement from Tally and you can import transactions also. Right? So this is a very interesting and very important thing. So creating single, multiple and consolidated vouchers from bank statement. So we'll just see that. So go into banking activities, go into the bank which you want to fetch the statement. See here there is unreconciled transaction, that dashboard is there. So this is available only in bank. So these many transactions, 17 transactions are available. See wherever blue is coming, it is from bank or it is from GST portal. If you go into banking activities, this is bank. If we go into GST activities, it is GST portal. So now I am just creating, I am multi-selecting the vouchers and I am just creating the ledger. You can see automatically all the vouchers are getting created. Basically we are creating the voucher. We are just selecting the ledger name. By that we are creating the voucher. So you can do this by selecting multiple transactions. So here you got, so based on the particulars you are able to find out the ledger details. Right? So here you can see what is in the bank, what is in your books. So now it is optional voucher only. Once you make it mark and you make it regular, it will become regular. Till that time it will not come into your books. So once you make it marked up and then you regularize, it will come into your books. So leaving that, you have got another 6 transactions, right? Another 6 transactions which are there. So you want to put some, so basically these are all GST charges, right? tax charges. So basically for that you want to map it to a common ledger. You can just make it common ledger. You can go there, select the common ledger that you want, tax payment. So tax payment ledger will get updated for that 3 transactions. Then also it will come as optional only, then you can mark and regularize. So again three more are there. Some monthly charges, service charges. So making it as bank charges. So because those 2 are bank charges. This is investments. So we have made it simpler for the clients to do banking, right? So it is banking simplified. So that is how we have made it. So this is reconciled via linking. So it is giving you the details that whatever we reconciled, all the details it will give, right? So bank charges, under bank charges, both the transactions have come, whatever we did. So BRS also we have got similar thing, that is we have got exact match, potential match and one-to-many reconciliation also. Due to considering the time factor, I am just skipping that. So you can also process bulk payments. For example, distributors and dealers make the payments at the end of the day through an RTGS form. So now they need not fill that manual form. That bulk payment file will be exported from Tally and it will go directly to the bank and it will be processed. So that bulk payment facility is also there. And e-payments can be done. E-payments is that when you pass the payment entry, the transaction will be completed. Only the OTP you need to fill. So this has been enabled for more than 16 plus banks, 18 plus banks, and other features, every feature is enabled for most of the banks. So this is the feature status. Basically most of the features are available for most of the banks. Only connected banking is available for Axis, SBI and Kotak. Right? So we have enhanced the data split also. Data split was happening little slow. We have enhanced that also. So it will now take 50% of the time. Previously if it was taking 1 hour to split a data, now it will take only half an hour. Right? And we have enhanced that also. So B2B and B2C details, which is applicable for your April filing, that we have given, right? So it will be separate. If you move to release 6.0, if you deploy 6.0, you can automatically do this one. B2B and B2C will be separate, HSN summary, separate HSN summary. So this is the notification. So basically this is provided in the Tally Prime release 6.0, right? If suppose you are on older release 3.0 to 5.1, then you can make use of the add-on that we have given in our website. For that you can contact Vijaysoft Solutions to know more. So here you will see the type of invoice, whether B2B or B2C. Here we will have a bifurcation of B2B, B2C, and you will have the column, total amount, taxable amount and quantity column, that will be there, right? Yeah, and whatever changes government is bringing, we will bring it in Tally Prime release 6.0 this UPI changes they are making, so that we will bring it in release 6.2. And budget related changes, whatever with respect to salaries, actually we have brought that also into Tally Prime 6.2. And this is MSME reports. So if suppose some of your clients are looking out for loan, unsecured loans, so we have got Tally Capital. So we have got tie-ups with Kotak, Flexi Loans and L&T Finance. So based on your requirement, you can contact Vijay Soft, they will help you out, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. I call upon Mr. Suresh and Mr. Sundaraj to honor Mr. Franklin and Mr. Sadiq Baksha. And Sri C.A.'s Praveen Kumar to take the stage and enlighten us with his expertise. C.A.K. Praveen Kumar, a highly accomplished professional in the field of indirect taxation. He is a chartered accountant since April 2011. He has been in active practice as a partner in a reputed firm, heading its indirect tax wing. His expertise in GST compliance, consultancy and litigation has made him a sought-after professional in the field. He has been recognized as a trainer for GST by ICAI and services as a faculty for ICAI's certificate course on GST. A respected speaker, he frequently addresses ICAI, tax associations and trade associations on various aspects of GST and indirect taxes. In addition to his contribution as faculty member for CA students, he has also co-authored the book GST along with CA Vishal, A. Jain, catering to CA, CS and CWA professionals. With a strong commitment to value-added practice and in-depth knowledge of taxation, he continues to shape the industry through his expertise and insights. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest, C.A.K. Praveen Kumar. Sir, the session is over to you.
Good afternoon. So post-lunch session. GST happens to be a good night, sweet dreams and take care. So in which ways, with the limited time which is there, some 45 minutes to 1 hour has been allotted. So we'll discuss the key areas. What are the current challenges in GST? This topic is an evergreen topic. Even after 10 years you discuss, you will have some current challenges in GST. So now, the first one is RCM, considering the paucity of time. RCM on renting of immovable property. So I'm sure most of us should be aware that whenever an immovable property is given on rent, there's a reverse charge liability which needs to be discharged by the tenant. Is it for residential or commercial or both? It is for both. Now as far as immovable property RCM is concerned, there are 3 entries in notification number 13/2017. 13/2017 deals with reverse charge under 9 subsection 3. So the 3 entries 5A, 5AA and 5AB. 5A is broadly renting of immovable property services by the government. 5AA, services by way of renting of residential dwelling to a registered person. The supplier could be any person. The tenant has to be a registered person. 5AB, it is services by way of renting of any immovable property other than residential dwelling. It is any unregistered person should be the landlord. The tenant has to be a registered person. Now before we proceed further, what is the difference, broad difference between 5AA and 5AB? In 5AA, what should be the property? We'll ignore that government related 5A, we will ignore. 5AA, what should be the nature of property? It has to be residential dwelling. In 5AB, it is immovable property other than residential dwelling. In 5AA, the landlord could be any person, which means the landlord could also be a registered person. Still, it would be taxed under reverse charge if the tenant is also a registered person. In 5AB, the landlord has to be an unregistered person. If the landlord is a registered person, 5AB will not apply. The tenant in either of the cases, it has to be a registered person. Now we'll take up a couple of questions. Let's suppose there's a agricultural land which is given on rent to a registered person. Is it liable to be taxed under RCM? Agricultural land. Let's say there's a poultry industry. Now that poultry industry, for growing the birds, it takes an agricultural land on rent from a farmer. Is it liable to be taxed under RCM is the question. Is it, whether tax is payable or not is a different question. Is it liable to be taxed under RCM or not is a different question. Is it liable to be taxed under RCM? Because the 5AB doesn't use the word commercial property. It simply tells any immovable property other than for residential dwelling. So even if it is a vacant agricultural land which is given on rent, it could be a plot, it could be an empty land. If it is given on rent, still it is liable to be taxed under RCM. Because 5AB is wide enough not only to cover commercial property but any property for that matter. Now whether tax needs to be paid, in our example where this agricultural land, vacant land was given on rent to a, let's say, to a poultry industry, it is liable to be taxed under RCM, but whether RCM is to be paid or exemption can be claimed. The question is, once it is liable to be taxed under RCM, whether the exemptions which are there are also applicable for reverse charge or exemptions are only for forward charge. Exemptions is for both. Because the moment it is liable to be taxed under RCM, GST needs to be discharged at applicable rates. Now what is applicable rate? It has to be read with the exemption notification. So now if you go into this notification number 12/2017, if a land which is an agricultural land which is being let out for agricultural purposes, is an exemption which is available. So the point which you are trying to understand is, here 5AB is wide enough to cover not only commercial property, any property other than residential dwelling, and it also has to be read along with an exemption notification. Now we'll take a case. ABC Limited was liable to be registered since 2024, but it has not obtained registration. Now let's say there is a hospital. There is a hospital who is having majorly exempt supplies, but few taxable supplies are also there. Few taxable supplies is also there. It is liable to be registered since 2024, but it has till date not obtained registration. Rent per month for commercial establishment paid to the landlord is rupees 1 lakh. So it is monthly paying rupees 1 lakh. It is not yet registered. It is liable to be registered because its aggregate turnover crosses the threshold, and they are not covered under section 23, which means they are not exclusively dealing in exempt supplies. They have also got some portion of taxable supplies. Audit authorities raise an audit para. So this hospital is subjected to audit under section 65. The audit authorities raise an audit para in 2026. So in 2026, the audit authorities come, they raise an audit para that for non-payment of RCM of rent paid of rupees 1 lakh for this commercial establishment to the landlord. So since 2024, the hospital has not paid RCM for rent paid to the landlord of this commercial establishment. Now in 2026, audit authorities are raising this audit para. The question is, since when is ABC Limited liable to pay RCM? Since when will this ABC Limited liable to pay tax under RCM? From 2024 or 2026? See, the entry in the exemption notification, the liability to pay tax under RCM is of a registered person. It is not of a taxable person. There's a difference between registered person and taxable person. Taxable person is a person who is either registered or liable to be registered. But registered person is the one who is registered under the Act. So we will have to differentiate that this entry uses registered person and not taxable person. Since the hospital has not obtained registration, it is not a registered person since 2024. Now let's say if the hospital is obtaining registration in 2026, what will be the effective date of registration? Effective date of registration, you have that if a person is liable to be registered and obtains registration within 30 days, the effective date of registration would be the date on which he is liable to be registered. But in all other cases, the effective date of registration will be the date on which the registration is granted. So now in this case, since he was liable to be registered in 2024, but within 30 days he did not obtain registration, now the day on which he is going to obtain registration, the day on which registration certificate is going to be granted, on that day he would become a registered person. So all along from 24 till 26, till he became registered person, was he liable to pay tax under RCM? Strictly speaking, he was not, because he was not a registered person. Can there be any other manner in which the department can collect this liability? From 24. From 26, of course, yes. From 24 to 26 in this window, can the department collect liability according to law? No, sir. Paying tax under RCM, does the department have any method in which? Can the department cancel registration? Prospectively or retrospectively?
Retrospectively, they cannot cancel registration.
Can the department cancel registration?
Cancel the registration retrospectively.
Retrospective cancellation is also possible, sir. So section 30 tells that the proper officer can cancel the registration suo moto, including retrospectively. Can the department grant registration on its own without an application being made? Is there a concept? See, cancellation, can the taxpayer apply? Yes. Can the department cancel? Yes. Suo moto, they can do it. Registration, allotting registration, can the taxpayer apply? Yes. Can the department without application grant registration?
Only a transition will be automatically, but not
Other than transition, is there a provision in law where the department without an application grant registration to a person? There is a provision in law. Compulsory registration is a case where the applicant applies compulsorily without any threshold. Now say for example a person is liable to be registered and is not getting registered. What recourse does the department have? Say for example in squad, section 129, the proper officer intercepts the vehicle. Now the department does grant a temporary registration. So that is a registration which is granted by the department without even application being made by the applicant. Similarly, if you come to section 25, the proper officer can grant registration on his own to the taxable person. Now can the taxable person object this? He might say that I am not liable to be registered, why are you registering me? Can he have his own objections? Yes. In that case, within a period of 1 month, he has to file an appeal against the registration which is granted to him by the department. Now within a period of 1 month, if he files an appeal and if the appeal comes in his favor, it would be as though the registration was never granted. But if the appeal is coming against him or within 30 days he doesn't take any action, then that registration which is granted by the department which was temporary in nature now becomes his final registration. So now in this case, in a case where in this typical example where the liability is only on a registered person and not on a taxable person, the department has got options to voluntarily register that person, then he becomes a registered person and then this liability can be collected. Next is section 128A. So section 128A is the amnesty scheme, the current hot topic which is there. This scheme is for which years? 1718, 1819 and 1920. So the scheme is about if you are paying tax which is demanded in the notice or which is demanded in the order, full tax if you are paying, then there is a waiver of interest and penalty. So we'll have a look at section 128A subsection 1. Notwithstanding anything contrary contained in this act, where any amount of tax is payable by a person chargeable with tax in accordance with Clause A, a notice which is issued under 73(1) or a statement under 73(3) and where no order under 73(9) has been issued. Now what can be a scenario where this scheme is applicable for the first 3 years, that is 1718, 1819, 1920. What can be a scenario where for 1920 or 1819 or 1718 notice is issued and order is not issued? Because as of today, the date for issuing order for 2021 also is lapsed.
So perhaps they might have filed a writ petition.
Perhaps they might have filed a
1718 writ petition for even for notice. They
yes,
might
sir.
have gone for the High Court.
So 1718 against notice,
That may be the scenario.
they might have gone for High Court and it is still in notice stage. Any other scenario? Order would have come. They would have approached the High Court. High Court would have quashed the order or remanded back the case to the proper officer and still it is again back to the SCN stage. So now that would be covered under Clause A. Clause B, where order is passed under 73(9) and appellate authority's order is not being passed. So adjudication authority's order is there but appellate authority's order has not come. The third one is appellate authority's order is passed but the order of the appellate tribunal is not being passed. Now, what could be the fourth scenario? Order of appellate tribunal is passed but High Court is not passed. Can that scenario be there? It's not possible because tribunal is not yet formed. So out of these three scenarios, what is the date on which you need to check in which clause are you following? On which date will you check? That am I in clause A or am I in clause B or am I in clause C? What is that cutoff date on which I should check? Am I in clause A or in clause B or clause C? We'll take two examples. Order is passed. Order is passed. I have filed an appeal. Appeal is pending before the first appellate authority. But the first appellate authority has not given its decision as of today. On 10th of April, the first appellate authority is passing an order. Adjudicating authority's order demanded 100. First appellate authority modifies the order to 80 on 10th of April. Now as on today, I am in class B. 10th of April, I am in class C. As of today, I should pay 100. 10th of April, I will be paying 80. Because that is a tax which is demanded in the order. So what is the cut-off date on which I should decide and freeze? Am I either in B or am I in C? Take the case of High Court. High Court is being approached. At the order has come. The High Court quashes the order. It is remanded back to the adjudicating authority. As of today, adjudicating authority has not adjudicated the matter. So it is in SCN stage. SCN demands 100. On 10th of April, adjudicating authority passes the order. In the order it is 80 rupees. So as of today, I am in class A, which is 100. On 10th of April, I will be in class B, which will be 80. Now what is the cutoff date on which I should decide that am I in class A or B or C? The cutoff date is 31st of March 2025. On 31st of March 2025, I will have to freeze myself in which class am I in. Once I freeze the class, then whatever is the amount of tax which is demanded either in the notice or in the order of the adjudicating authority or in the order of the appellate authority, I will have to pay that entire tax and my interest and penalty shall stand waived off. Let's say an example, I received the order of an adjudicating authority, let's say today. Notice, order, High Court, remand, again notice stage, today order is passed. Today order is passed for 80 rupees. 4 issues are there. Out of which, let's say each issue is 20 rupees. Out of which I am accepting 3 issues. But I want to dispute 1 issue. Can I go under 128A? Today the order of adjudicating authority has passed, demanding 80 rupees, 4 issues, 20 rupees each. I am accepting 3. 1 I want to dispute. I want to file an appeal. Cut-off date is 31st of March. If I want to go under 128A, can I go? That option is not available. It is either take it or leave it. Whatever is on the cut-off date, in whichever clause you are freezed. So in our example, on 31st of March, you are in class B. Order is demanding 80 rupees. So section says, notwithstanding anything contrary, where any amount of tax is payable by a person chargeable with tax in accordance with these, then pertaining to these periods, it says he should pay the full amount of tax payable as per the notice or statement or the order. So I cannot dispute partially and I cannot go under the scheme partially. Now if I pay the full amount of tax which is payable as per the notice or the order, what is the relief which I am getting? The relief which I am getting is no interest under section 50 and no penalty under this act shall be payable. And that is the relief which is being available. The cut-off date, it is 31st of March. What if appeals are filed and no order is passed before 31st March 25? Adjudicating authority has given its order. I have preferred an appeal. Appeal is pending before the first appellate authority. The first appellate authority has not decided the matter. In such a case, I will have to withdraw the appeal. Is there any cut-off date for withdrawal of appeal? That also is 31st of March. Before 31st of March, I will have to withdraw the appeal. Now I withdraw the appeal. After I withdraw the appeal, the matter comes back to the order of the adjudicating authority stage. I will have to pay the full amount of tax and my interest and penalty stands waived off. I pay the full amount of tax, let's say by 31st of March. Is the scheme over or I will have to do some more compliance? I will have to do some more compliance. I will have to file a form. So I will have to file SPL 02. I file SPL 02. Officer has to accept it or there also it will be an adjudication. He will still adjudicate. It is a form which you have filed. The officer will ensure do you fit into the scheme or not. Now let's say the officer finds that you don't fit into the scheme. Officer finds you don't fit into the scheme. He rejects your application. That means he adjudicates, he gives a show cause notice, you represent, he finally gives an order in SPL 07. That means you are not entitled for this scheme. What options do you have? Against SPL 07, can I file an appeal? I can file an appeal against that SPL 07. I file an appeal against SPL 07 before the appellate authority. Now let's say appellate authority also tells that what the proper officer has done is correct. He upholds the order of the proper officer. Now, even I am convinced that I am not eligible under the scheme. I do not wish to continue further in an appeal to the appellate tribunal. So I am convinced that I am not fit into 128A. What happens?
Appeal will be restored.
The appeal which had withdrew has to be restored. So now that appeal gets restored again and I can pursue it again. Now in a case where interest which is being demanded, this interest is on self-assessed tax. This is an interest on self-assessed tax. That means the show cause notice had come. In the show cause notice, there was a tax proposal for demanding tax, interest on such tax. In addition to interest on the tax which is being demanded, there is an additional demand of interest for delay in filing the returns. So there was a delay in filing GSTR 3B, delay in payment of tax resultantly, and against that delay in filing GSTR 3B, there was a demand of interest which was not being paid. So the show cause notice also proposes this interest. So two types of interest are being proposed. So now in DRC 01, I have tax, I have interest. This interest is on tax also, which is being proposed, and also on my self-assessed tax, which I have already discharged, but discharged belatedly. Now this gets converted into an order. Now order stands demanding two types of interest. Now, will I get a waiver? If I am paying this tax amount in full, will I get a waiver of the interest on tax, of course, but interest on self-assessed tax? Is there a waiver of interest which is payable on delayed payment of self-assessed tax? Now there is a contradiction. There is a circular 238 which says that this waiver will not be applicable for the interest which is there for delayed payment of self-assessed tax. And the reasoning which is there in the circular is, for demanding interest on self-assessed tax, is there any adjudication which is required? For demanding interest on self-assessed tax, is there any adjudication which is required, or it is automatic? Can the department straight away attach your bank account without giving a show cause notice for demanding interest? If tax you have discharged and interest is not paid, does it require an adjudication, or straight recovery is possible? Straight recovery is possible in a case where there is a delay in payment of self-assessed tax. You have section 75 which tells that in 2 to 3 cases the straight recovery, adjudication is not required. One such example is the letter of undertaking. Now let's say I am exporter. I have two options. If I am an exporter, what are the options which I am having? Either it is with LUT or it is on payment of IGST. Now what is the concept of LUT? See, on payment of IGST, I pay IGST, I take refund. What is the concept of LUT? What is it that I am undertaking? In an LUT, what is it that I am undertaking? Correct. Now, had I not given this undertaking, am I not liable to pay tax? Had I not given undertaking, still my liability is intact, because I have made a supply which I thought it would be an export, and in that presumption I did not pay tax, eventually did not turn out to be an export. So therefore the benefit of zero rating which otherwise I thought I would be eligible for is not available. So what difference is this undertaking making? Even if I don't sans that undertaking also, I am still liable to discharge the taxes, because charging section 9, it is a supply. 73, 74 is open for adjudication. What is the difference which this undertaking is making? This undertaking, there I undertake that in case if it doesn't turn out to be an export, I discharge to pay the entire tax along with interest. So therefore this bypasses the adjudication route. There in LUT, if the conditions are not being met for which I have given an undertaking, it could be a case of direct recovery. Show cause notice is not required. Similarly, self-assessed taxes not paid. Section 75 subsection 12. There is an explanation. If there is a difference between 1 and 3B. Say as of today, there could be two types of differences broadly. One, it could be 2A versus 3B. Another one is 1 versus 3B. If there is a difference between 2A versus 3B, what notice comes? DRC 01. There is one more notice, right? DRC 01B, DRC 01C. There are two types of notices. For 2A versus 3B, if there is a mismatch, I would be served a notice. I'll have to reply. If the reply is found satisfactory, the issue gets closed. If the reply is not found satisfactory, I would be served with a show cause notice. But in case of 1 versus 3B, I'll receive a notice. I'll have to reply. If the department is satisfied with it, the issue gets dropped. If it is not satisfied with it, it is direct recovery. There is no concept of show cause notice or adjudication or an order, for the reason that 75 subsection 12 tells that any self-assessed tax which is not paid, there it is a case of direct recovery. Now, when I have declared a tax in 1 and not paid it in 3B, it is a self-assessed tax which I have not paid. So the point which we are trying to analyze over here is the reasoning which is given in this circular, that for interest on self-assessed tax, adjudication itself is not required. They don't require a show cause notice, they don't require an order, it is a case of direct recovery. So when it is bypassing the procedures of 73 and when this scheme itself is for section 73, this waiver of interest for delay in payment of self-assessed tax is not applicable. Now what is the other side of the argument? The other side of the argument is, be it any interest, be it an interest for delayed in payment of self-assessed tax, or be it an interest for delay in payment of tax which is proposed or demanded by the officer. Either of these interests are under section 50 only. There is no separate section for interest on self-assessed tax and interest on tax assessed by the officer. Either of these interests are still under section 50. So 128A tells that if this tax is paid in full, then no interest under section 50. The section tells no interest under section 50 shall be demanded. So no interest under section 50 shall be demanded and it shall be waived off. So therefore, even if it is an interest on self-assessed tax, section 128A is broad enough even to waive off that interest. Let's take another example. There was a show cause notice under section 73 proposing to demand tax. What is the penalty under 73? 10% of tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. Now, there's an order. The order is demanding penalty under section 73. In addition to it, it is also demanding penalty under section 125. So the order tells penalty under section 73. Let's suppose 1 lakh is the tax demand. Penalty 1 lakh ka 10%, it is 10,000. In addition to it, there is another penalty under section 125. CGST 25,000, SGST 25,000. Now the order has tax, it has interest on this tax, it has penalty under section 73 for this tax plus an additional penalty under section 125 amounting to rupees CGST 25,000, SGST 25,000. Now if I pay the tax of 1 lakh rupees, interest is waived off. Penalty under 73 is waived off. But what about that penalty of CGST 25,000 and SGST 25,000? Whether that also stands waived off? It says penalty under this act. So if I am paying the tax amount in full, interest under section 50 is waived off, penalty under this act is waived off. So this is the para number 4 of that circular which we were discussing, that here the benefit of self-assessed interest on delayed payment of self-assessed tax will not be available. Refund of recovery. Now let's say there is an order which is issued on 26/11/2024 for rupees 100. What would be the last date ignoring the condonation. Let us ignore the condonation. What will be the last date for filing appeals? We will ignore the condonation. Ignoring the condonation, if the order is on 26/11/24 for rupees 100. The last date for filing appeal? 25/11. Sorry, 25/12. Yeah, 25. Okay, so one answer is 25/2/25. Anyone with 26/2/25? It could be 26/2/25. Anyone who says it is 90 days and it is 24/2/25? See, is it 3 months or 90 days? It is actually 3 months. Section 107 tells 3 months. So 3 months would expire on 26/2/25. 3 months because it needs to be 3 full months. So the order is on 26/11. So your 3 months will start from 27. You'll have to exclude 1 day. So your 3 months will expire on 26/2/25. 26th February 2025. 3 months lapses. It is 28/5/25, sir. Now the point is, the department, the recovery officer was of the understanding that it is 90 days. And he attached the bank account and let's say, we will not make it complex, he debited the electronic credit ledger. Credit ledger amount was there 100 rupees. He waited till 24th February 25. He thought it to be 90 days. Till 24th, no appeal was filed. 25th morning, he debited the electronic credit ledger by 100 rupees. Full amount recovered. Appeals also filed on 25th. I'm sorry, I've mentioned this as 25/11. It is not 25/11. There's a typo over here. It is 25/2/25. Please read that amount recovered rupees 100 on 25 February 25. Amount recovered rupees 100 on 25th of February. Appeal also filed on 25th of February. 100, we'll only consider about the tax amount. Tax demand was 100. Last date to appeal file the appeal was 26th. On 25th, amount recovered. 25th appeal also filed. Now, had this amount not been recovered, how much pre-deposit should have been paid? 10% would have paid 10 rupees. Now, this electronic credit ledger is debited to the extent of entire 100 rupees. What is the solution? Whether the assessee has acted within time. According to section 107, the assessee has acted within time. But the electronic credit ledger, the liability has been set off. Entire 100 rupees has been recovered. What is the solution? It has to be recredited. Based on what? Now, what is an application which has to go from my side, or what is the procedure? Then we'll come to understand what is the problem. What will be the procedure? Can I make a refund application? Can I make a refund application asking for a recredit? Okay, another question. Whenever I make a refund application, is it necessary that the amount will always go to my bank account, or it can also come to my credit ledger? Refund applications always, what is the end result? Is it always bank account or at times credit ledger also? At times credit ledger also, because say for example, if I've paid taxes by mistake. See, what used to happen is when GST came in and the industry and government was yet to set into the law, there was inverted duty structure, wherein refund of input service was not allowed. Even today it is not allowed. Refund of input service was not allowed. So what people did is, they raised invoice for 100, erroneously reported it as 1000 rupees in 3B, paid tax on 1000 rupees. Then brought all the records and told there's a clerical mistake which has happened. Instead of 100, I have paid taxes on 1000. From where did he pay? From credit ledger he has paid. He made refund application. The officer was satisfied. Yes, there's a case of excess payment of tax, and he granted the refund. The amount came to the bank account. So this was a manner where the credit was being liquidated. Now the government became aware of this malpractice and then they brought in with the provision that wherever there is an excess payment of tax, the refund will go back to the source. If you had paid it from credit ledger, it will go back to the credit ledger. If you had paid it from bank, it will go to the bank. So now the question is, can I make a refund application for how much is the excess recovery which has happened? In our example, 90 rupees. Because 10 rupees even otherwise pre-deposit I had to pay. So can I make a refund application? Demanding that 90 rupees back to my credit ledger. Assuming if I make, let's say I apply for refund 90 rupees, the officer is also convinced that yes, it should be 3 months, it is not 90 days, there's a mistake which happened on my side, and I tell that I don't have funds to pay my taxes. Because you have swiped away my 90 rupees, how do you pay my normal 3B taxes? So you have to give me a refund. He is somehow convinced and he sanctions me a refund. What could be the possible problems out of this refund? See, now I make a refund application for 90 rupees. The officer sanctions me 90 rupees refund, it comes to my credit ledger. Have I filed this appeal? I filed this appeal also. Let's say the appeal is heard and the outcome of the appeal comes after 5 years. The outcome of the appeal comes after 5 years and the appeal is allowed. The appeal is allowed, it comes in my favor. What happens? See, now if we understand it from liability ledger point of view, when the order of the adjudicating authority was passed, my liability ledger was 100. It created a liability of rupees 100. Now, once it created a liability of rupees 100, on 91st day when the officer recovered this amount, how much is my liability ledger? 0. I made an application for refund. Does it anywhere hit my liability ledger? I have made an application for refund. Is it connected to my liability ledger? My refund application has got nothing to do with my liability ledger. So you make an export, 0 rated supply, you apply for a refund. What has that got to do with the liability ledger? You make an application for refund for 90, the officer credits you rupees 90. It is an independent which is running parallel to liability ledger. Now, you applied for 90, the officer gave you credit of 90. Your order is in appeal. After 5 years, that officer also is not there, your consultant also is not there. Now, the appellate authority decides that yes, this demand is not proper and he set aside the order. What will happen with my liability ledger? What will happen to my liability ledger? When appellate authority gives me APL 04, what happens to my liability ledger? It is already removed, it is in 0 currently. What will happen to my liability ledger? See, whenever I receive a favorable order, what happens in my liability ledger? It will come minus 100. Because liability was created, it was offsetted, it became 0. See, assuming where if my liability was not offsetted, my liability would have remained 100. I would have paid pre-deposit 10. My liability would have been 90. Now when this appellate authority's order comes, my liability will become 0. It will become minus 10. I can take a refund of that 10 rupees pre-deposit which I have paid. Now after 5 years, when the appeal is decided in my favor, the liability ledger will become minus 100. Can I apply for a refund? Legally, am I entitled to apply for a refund? No, legally, why am I entitled for a refund? Let's suppose it is a normal case. 100 rupees is the demand. I pay pre-deposit 10. It becomes 90. The appeal comes in my favor. What about that 10? No, can I apply for a refund of that 10? I have to, because that was not my demand. I have paid that 10%. So I am entitled for a refund of that 10 rupees. So since my liability ledger is minus 10, now the refund application which I am going to make, it is going to be against an order. The portal will ask me the order number of APL 04, the appellate authority's order. The moment I type APL 04's number, the figures will be automatically entered. Because it is linked, this refund application is linked to my liability ledger. So now I will get a refund of, now my liability ledger is minus 100. So I get a refund of 100 rupees. Have I taken refund twice? See, initially my 100 was my liability. They recovered 100. I convinced the officer 10 was pre-deposit, 90 he gave it to me in my credit ledger. After 5 years, against his liability ledger and I'm applying for a refund, will there be a track of this? It's most likely there's not going to be any track of this. And assuming there's no track of this, I receive an additional refund of 100. So total incremental refund what I've received is 90 rupees. So what is the solution for these type of cases? Because if refund is given, this is the issue. Because my liability ledger has not affected, the officer technically cannot sanction refund. So for these type of issues, the only is we can either go for a writ, and even if writ court is being approached, how the liability ledgers will be interpolated, that needs to be seen. So basically in these type of cases, the portal has to come out in a case where the refund which is sanctioned by the officer is linked to the liability ledger. That means whenever the officer is sanctioning me a refund for this recovery which was not supposed to happen, there my liability ledger also should have a contra entry. So in these cases, only the practical solution is either the portal should come out with a solution for linking the refund to the liability ledger and increasing the liability ledger to the extent of refund which is given, or I should approach the appellate authority, file for an early hearing, and once the early hearing takes place, I have to take the refund which is available. So I think it's time. I was supposed to be closing by 3:15. So there are slides which are there. Maybe the slides can be shared and you can go through for it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Knowledge becomes power when put to the test. It is time to make learning engaging and exciting with GST quiz, for which I invite Shri S. Neelakandan, a dedicated tax professional and educator in GST, income tax and accounting. He is the founder of VRS GST Academy, where he trains professionals through weekly sessions. Over 400 professionals are benefited from his 15-day intensive GST courses. He has shared insights on national platforms, including Doordarshan. Beyond his profession, he actively supports associations, colleges, and underprivileged students, contributing to education and social welfare. Currently pursuing CA final and LLB final, he continues to expand his expertise while making a significant impact in taxation. Let us extend a warm welcome to Shri S. Neelakandan. We now move on to an engaging and thought-provoking session, brainstorming. I now invite our esteemed panel, Mr. Johnny, and advocate. Move on to an engaging and thought-provoking session, brainstorming. Okay. I invite Advocate Jayakumar sir, High Court of Madras, to indulge in brainstorming session.
Now we are starting the new session, that is brainstorming test on income tax and GST. Advocate Mr. V.S. Jayakumar, who is a senior most advocate in Madras High Court, and we are very happy to have him in this session. And we have also our Johnny sir. We are very much familiar with him. We have attended Thrissur conference, and we know about his expertise in income tax, and I could also recollect the memories of Thrissur meeting, wherein he has given total guidance to us as to how to do our practice. That is, we have to create legacy, and we have to create the wealth of knowledge. So we are happy to have our Johnny sir in the panel. He is on the way. He will be joining with us shortly. And அடுத்தது யாருன்னு கேட்டேன், நான் தான் சொல்லிட்டாங்க. So I am also very happy to join with the team in brainstorming test on the income tax and GST session. Very happy. Income tax, the evergreen subject. from the evergreen person.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to attend this AIFTP seminar. And today, large number of members present here. That shows your interest in the profession and commitment to the clients. After hearing the income tax classes and GST, I hope you got all major amendments in the Finance Act 2025. And CA Ajit has presented very beautifully the income tax amendment as well as the income tax bill. Friends, learning is a continuous process. In order to learn new things, you have to unlearn and relearn. That is what is happening today. The Income Tax Act 1961 is going to be abolished with effect from 1st April 2026. The date proposed is 2026 April 1st. That means you have only few days to learn the new income tax bill. Once the bill is presented in the parliament, it has to go to this expert committee or subject committee. I am very happy to note that 2 members of parliament from Kerala, Sri Benny Mehanan and Sri Premachandran, these 2 members are members of the expert committee. I don't know how many from Tamil Nadu. Therefore, All India Federation of Tax Practitioners should represent your suggestions, modifications, and other grievances through these members of the parliament. That's a very good opportunity for all of you. Advocate Anil met me after the inaugural session and informed me that there must be a uniform or a uniformity in connection with the reopening of assessment or the number of years where you are required to maintain the books of accounts. As per the income tax law, you can file your return and within a period of 6 years, the income tax department has to reopen the assessment, and if the tax liability exceeds 50 lakh rupees, you have to maintain the books of accounts for 10 years. So 6 years to 10 years. Whereas under the GST law, you are required to maintain the books of accounts and records, I believe, 5 years. Therefore, there must be some uniformity in the provisions relating to maintenance of books of accounts. In the morning, our commissioner, joint commissioner, has clearly mentioned about the maintenance of books of accounts as per section 145 of the Income Tax Act. Section 145, maintaining the books of accounts, their book, ledger, and audited accounts, etc. And the accounting standard, as per the income tax law. As per income tax law, there is accounting standard. As per the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, there is accounting standard. So these standards has to be complied. Section 145. But in the GST law, you need to maintain the books of accounts maybe for a period of private bound income for the brainstorming section. So in the books of accounts to be maintained in different enactments, different year. Even in the case of financial year, assessment year terms under the income tax law, totally confusing. ordinary people are not able to understand what is the difference between financial year and assessment year. Under the GST law, there is only one assessment year, that is the financial year. Friends, in the new bill, they wanted to change the financial year and the assessment year one and the same. There are certain suggestions by the members or the people that the assessment year or the financial year must be a calendar year. So much of disputes and difference in opinion are going on. You see, when the financial year 1st April to 31st March is changed to the calendar year 1st January to 31st December, you see the consequence all over India. I think we may not be able to sleep properly for the next few years. You have to get up early morning to adjust, to accommodate the transitional problems, the breakup of 9 months and 3 months period, all these things will come. And not only in the income tax and GST law, there are so many other laws in India. Thousands of laws were there. How many of the laws are active, that is to be learned. And most of the laws relating to Companies Act, Limited Liability Partnership, Income Tax Act, Partnership Act, GST Act, Minimum Wages Act, Provident Fund Act, all these areas there are year, assessment year or financial year. If you change the uniformity from 1st April to 31st March to the calendar year, you can see the consequences all over India. Like Y2K. I don't know how many of you are aware of Y2K. Y2K, year 2000, there was a total uncertainty in the world. Like that, in India, there will be total uncertainty with regard to change of financial year from 1st April, 31st March to 1st calendar year. So all these are there in the discussion. But what is practical, that is only we have to think. In the new income tax bill, as the speaker has already mentioned, the changes of provisions in a structured manner. You all know that there is 298 sections under the Income Tax Act, but practically there are 836 sections in the Income Tax Act, and that is reduced to 536 sections. Instead of 298, you have to remember 536. For the CA or ICW examination, we were remembering 298. That is the last section in the Income Tax Act. Similarly, in the new bill, you have to remember 800 instead of 298, it is 536. Like that, there are so many changes in the new law, but there is no basic chargeability difference between the present law and the next law. Since Mr. Ganeshan has requested me to give an introduction, I think I should also speak about the policy of the government. In my personal view, the new regime introduced in the Finance Act or in the Income Tax Act earlier also, you can see there is no deductions to be claimed. So that means you can simply calculate the tax on the slab rate and pay tax. Chapter 6A deductions are not required to be calculated for the new regime. That means the people are happy with the payment of tax with a reduced amount. Tax with a reduced amount, because you are getting a tax saving. But please note that the policy of the previous government was to encourage the citizens citizens of India to save money, invest money for the future. You see, that is not going to happen in the new regime. What is happening? And our learned friend is from Dalmia Civil. He is a salaried employee. Because of your compulsion, you are availing a loan from the bank and repayment of loan. Repayment of loan with interest. Reduction under Chapter 6A or interest on house property, all these benefits are available. That means for getting the income tax benefit, you are compulsorily availing the loan and purchase or construction of a building or an apartment, and you are owning a house. Why? Because you wanted to save money by paying income tax. Once you avail the loan, the bank is granting loan, the bank is collecting interest from you, that's the revenue of the bank. Once you avail the loan, you are purchasing a property, land, building, or you are constructing a house. Imagine you are constructing a house, you are purchasing cement, steel and other material from shops. Once you construct the building, the consumption of cement, steel, other material will go up. The traders are getting the benefit of marketing. The manufacturers are getting the benefit of manufacturing the product, using the raw material, connected with so many activities in India. Tax is the revenue of the government, either GST or income tax. So those benefits, cash flow or flow of funds in India, manufacturing sector, trading sector, the individual is getting an own house. Now you friends, you think about how many people are interested in availing Chapter 6A deductions, pay tax, reduced amount of tax. You are forgetting about the insurance, you are forgetting about National Service Savings Certificate, you are forgetting about Provident Fund, you are forgetting about loan for children's education, etc. So that is not good for the nation. So as tax practitioners, you have to consider these aspects also over and above the learning of this subject. And last Trishur meeting I have mentioned that learning the subject alone is not sufficient. You have to practice what you have learned in your day-to-day life. The Commissioner has mentioned about the importance of having multiple PAN, not having proper email ID.
Johnny sir, before that, because you are going elaborately, before that, there are some questions to ask. That for that we have some time.
Conclude by this, the fundamental things which you should know as practitioners. But I have to conclude that, as rightly pointed out by the Commissioner, you have to see why you are required to pay interest penalty and why you are required to file appeal. Because of not having proper preparation, not having proper planning, not having proper execution of things, what is required to be done. Why I have mentioned is, in the GST law, there is no system for communicating the notice to you. You have to see the portal. That is the reason why I have mentioned this important point. Rest I will tell you later. Over to Mr. Ganesh.
Yes, sir. Sundaresan, Mr. Sundaresan, have you another mic? Go to. Before going to the questions, I invite Mr. Yes, Senior Advocate Jayakumar sir for few words.
How many of you know Income Tax Act? Please put your hands up. How many of you know Income Tax Act? I repeat the question. Please put your hand. Nobody knows? Okay. How many of you pay income tax? Please put your hand up. Okay. I am practicing last 47 years in income tax. Not that, don't clap. I don't know the difference between assessment year, previous year, accounting year, financial year, and block assessment. I don't know. Why I say this? Not me. The Supreme Court judge asked me that question. I don't understand any of your financial year, assessment year, previous year, last year. He confused me in the open court. And he said, yesterday you said last year, now you are saying previous year, and now you are saying current year, now you are saying advance tax towards assessment year, and you are saying that change of previous year, change of assessment year. Now, how many of you know what is the meaning of return? Please put your hand up. How many of you know what is the meaning of return? Return means return of income. Only some of you know. I thought everybody will know what is return of income. Karnataka High Court judge asked me in the open court, when I said I filed a gift tax return. Do you know what was the answer from the court? Sorry? No, exactly. He told the next judge, what Mr. Jaykumar is saying is, the return of gift he got from the wedding. And he told the other judges, yesterday they gave us Vinayaga, everybody we told them to show openly, that is what he's trying to put as return of gift. I said, no, it is income tax return, wealth tax return, gift tax return, estate duty return. And most of you, how many of you are chartered accountants? Do you know what is a peak credit? Do you know what is a peak credit? Peak credit. You don't know what is a peak credit? Okay. Do you know? All right. What is cash credit? These are the questions judge asked me. And judge said, please make up your mind. He said, cash or credit? So I said, take section 68, see the heading called cash credit. He said, Mr. Jaykumar, you're confusing the court. Then I used the word telescoping. You know what the judge said? He put his hand like this and said telescoping. And I made a mockery of myself. I'm a family of chartered accountants. I've been practicing tax laws 47 years. And I became a senior lawyer last 2 years in the Madras High Court. I appear in the writs every day in the High Court in income tax rates, GST, bit of GST, and so many adjudications. The funniest part of it is, if the judge does not know the subject, you are just nowhere. So what my friend was talking about, philosophy, all that, the judge says, is it opposed to public policy? Some random questions for which I have no answer. I have filed an appeal for a wealth tax case of a land allotted by government, a quarters. That quarters, how will you evaluate the net wealth into the Wealth Tax Act? We said income capitalization method, this valuation, that valuation, corporate method, all that. The judge agreed with me, and he told the Housing Board Department, said, prosecute this fellow, my client. It has nothing to do with income tax. He says, how did he allot the land to him? He's a cheater. He cheated the income tax department for wealth tax 400 rupees. So this is the type of people you have to handle in the court. There are no experts. In GST, every day we are fighting. It's really, I'm so sorry to say, it will not used as a contempt. But what I'm saying is, that's why I always tell the judge, I don't know any subject. Your Lordship knows everything. Some of the judges come back and says, we know nothing. So that's where the role of a lawyer, chartered accountants come in. And I had some very interesting cases in income tax and GST and so on. Like my friend was explaining to me about the commercial renting a property. In Karnataka High Court, I have a live case. I am running a hotel. My memorandum of articles of association, hotel is the commercial property. I'm not able to get the tenant. I gave it to a hospital. My kitchen cannot be used as this operation theatre. So I have to invest money, equipment, air conditioner. So I told them, please give me the ITC credit on the money spent on making the product functional. And you all know the latest judgment of the Supreme Court on Safari Retreat case, where the Supreme Court, my good friend Mr. Dattar appeared and they said, what do you mean by plant or machinery or plant and machinery? Now the governing council has nullified it, Act has retrospectively made it. But in my case, I'm re-arguing the whole case to show that what was a hotel is used as a hospital. Now, because I did not file the return, my client did not pay me the rent. Similar to what Mr. Kumar said just now, I'm an unregistered dealer. I was a registered dealer. I was a defaulter because that man did not pay me. And the tenant was a limited company. So I moved the NCLT and told them, please, IBC, you tell him you make him a defaulter. Then I moved an application before the High Court saying that I cannot afford to pay GST because he's not paying me GST. And they say that, why are you coming to us? Go to NCLT and go and beg there. Went to NCLT, they said you have to pay income tax, you have to pay GST, you have to pay employees. They said, what is the priority? You pay the employees. We paid the employees. Again, the GST department cancelled the registration. So we filed another writ to restore the registration. They said, why are you coming to us? But we can't go to NCLT for restoration. So we filed a writ petition Karnataka High Court. And the NCLT took up the matter and said, again, you're a defaulter. But they are not calling this under the IBC. In short, it's not easy to practice tax laws. That's why Palkiwala titled this book as Income Tax Law and Practice. Law is different from practice. With this preface, the door is open to you. Thank you.
Now Praveen sir is ready to answer your questions for GST. Mike, please pass the mic.
Praveen sir.
Only short questions.
Everybody is excited to take your phone number also after your good speech. So now my question is, you said first we have to withdraw the appeal to choose the SPA amnesty scheme, whatever. But department is saying they want revenue, in other words. You leave it everything. After 31st March, you think all those things. First, you pay whatever the tax you want through DRC 03 because now they have revenue pressure. So, we are all prepared to make the payment without withdrawing the appeal. Once payment is made also, you are most welcome to take the withdrawal like that. So, is there any little confusion we are having? Can you clarify, please?
128A does not tell that you have to withdraw the appeal first. It only tells that you have to pay the taxes in full. And it further tells 128A subsection 3, before the notified date, appeal has to be withdrawn. So let's suppose I pay the taxes today and I withdraw the appeal tomorrow. Still I am entitled for 128A. As long as I withdraw the appeal before 31st of March, I am into the scheme. But let's suppose I pay the entire taxes and I don't withdraw my appeal before 31st of March. According to 128A subsection 3, 128A subsection 3 is worded that nothing contained in this section will apply unless I withdraw the appeal before the date notified under 128A subsection 1. So the moment if I am not withdrawing the appeal before the cutoff date under subsection 1, that is 30th of March, I technically go outside the scheme. So it is always better, and withdrawing appeal is not a very big task, sir. It is available online.
It is a big task nowadays.
No. It is very simple.
It is available in the online, sir.
It is withdrawal.
But yeah, even though we are going through online, so we are not having to talk about response.
No, sir. Sir, actually withdrawal is only one OTP away. So all that you need to do is, you will have to file an application for withdrawal. You will get an OTP and appeal stands withdrawn. So you don't have to meet any officer, you don't have to meet anyone. So you pay the taxes today and withdrawal of appeal hardly would take 5 minutes, but provided you have filed appeal after 2019. Had you filed an appeal before 2019, that withdrawal option is not online. You just need to send a letter through registered post making an application that I am withdrawing. Because 128A further tells that you have withdrew the appeal, but the order of withdrawal has not come. So that order of withdrawal can come after 31st of March. Whenever the appellate authority will issue an order that your appeal stands withdrawn, then after receiving that order within a period of 30 days, you can go and submit that order to the proper officer. So before 31st of March, two things needs to be done. Pay the tax in full, file an application for withdrawal, either online or offline.
No, see, for example, in High Court, we say that we withdraw with the liberty to come back. Why don't you try that? Say High Court.
Yeah, it's working, sir.
Okay. High Court cases, we tell the judge please allow me to withdraw. I'm going under the scheme, for example. With liberty, if the court says liberty, it's got much more, dictatorial. Then, for which you have to go to writ, to avoid the writ petition. Why don't you put in this letter? Please give me liberty to restore in case that I don't go for the scheme. But it's permissible or not is a matter of debate. Why don't you try it right out now? Why not?
No, my point is that if you withdraw the appeal and go for the scheme, suppose if the authority doesn't accept your withdrawal and he says that you are not eligible for the scheme, the withdrawal, it will be restored automatically.
That is my question.
If the orders are being passed manually, now you can give an application manually to the, as said by Mr. Praveen, in 17, 18 on 18, and even now central authorities are passing orders manually. I would see certain orders passed manually.
Yes.
In such situation, you cannot withdraw the appeal through online process. So you can very well file a letter before the adjudication authority and keep the letter acknowledgement with you and pay the amount, and you can go for the scheme.
Still, the letter is not, as per Praveen, it must be withdrawn before 31st March. Still.
So you have to give a letter and get it acknowledged, that's all.
That is what.
You don't have any other option at all.
No, practitioners should have a clarification. So they are paying tax, but they are at the same time must be withdrawn on or before 31st March. That is the clarification what people do.
The High Court asked the Standing Council for GST. In central enactment, they are passing orders physically. Why don't you also pass orders physically? Then we know we are getting withdrawn or withdrawn. So they were saying, why don't you move the GST Council? Suggestion came from the judges saying that please do that. In central can do it, why not state?
If any questions regarding 16.5, 16.6 or 128A and the section?
We will come back. Is the continue?
Adding to that point what sir told, sir. The section 128 is codified. It explicitly tells that you withdraw the appeal if you are not entitled for the scheme. Then your appeal stands automatically restored. But as far as writ is concerned, let's suppose you file a writ against an order or against, let's say, show cause notice. Now you want to come under the scheme. You will have to withdraw the writ. But the section doesn't tell that if you are not entitled for the scheme, your writ will stand restored automatically.
That's not.
You will have to pray with a liberty.
Absolutely. Quite right.
Any more clarification need on
Any questions?
128A? 128A?
See, I
No.
have right now asked a pertinent question to Mr. Praveen that some of the orders are being passed in section 74 and it is kept pending before the appellate authority, and we are very sure that may not be disposed on or before 31st of March 2025. Whereas if the appellate authority concludes such appeal after a span of 2 years and confirms that such orders will be taken back as section 73, will it be available for scheme 128A? That was the question that I posed before Mr. Praveen.
In fact, there are some cases where they don't pass orders at all. What do I do? The judgment is Supreme Court is spending something here. When they don't pass the orders, they don't dispose of the appeal. They are never allowed to withdraw. The application is pending. Scheme is getting over. What do you do?
Okay.
Take it over.
128A speaks about the cut-off date. So as on 31st of March, your case is freezed. Either you are under clause A or clause B or clause C. As on 31st of March, if your appeal is not decided, that means adjudicating authority has passed the order, appellate authority has not yet decided on the appeal. Let's suppose you filed an appeal in 2017 itself. Until date, the appellate authority has not decided. So as on 31st of March, you will have to take a call. Whether my case lies on merits and can I fight it out, or should I go under 128A? So that decision needs to be taken as on 31st of March.
That can also be prolonged even.
You ask about that section 74.
74, as well as even if the authorities are appellate authorities confirm your appeal in section 74, I have got every right to go to the appellate tribunal. Till the appellate tribunal disposes the case, if the appellate tribunal says that it is coming under section 73, see,
128A is going to be that as long as they arise.
That's what I want to get the answer.
One more thing is, an appeal means it should be an effective appeal. See, once you say appeal, it should be an effective appeal. What is an effective appeal? The judgment of Supreme Court in tax is available. What do you mean by effective appeal? Manually, when we file an appeal, we are supposed to affix 1 rupee court fee stamp. We did not do. Secondly, in some cases, we did not write a proper PAN number. Third, we did not attach a demand notice. The courts have said it's not an effective appeal. In your case, please kindly clarify it. When you say appeal, what do you mean by appeal? With no delay, with no defect, or properly signed, director signing, not empty signing, or the seal is wrong, or it is not a continuously paginated and so on. Kindly clarify. Sorry, I'm taking that questions.
Okay.
Sir, as far as appeal is concerned, sir, let us discuss in two aspects. One is online appeal and one is offline appeal. So as far as online appeal is concerned, no signatures are required, no stamping is required. You do not even have to go and submit the documents physically to the department. So it is just OTP authenticated. Once the OTP is generated, the appeal is authenticated. So all appeals are online. So physically you don't have to submit anything. As far as manual appeals are concerned, now online appeals can be filed only if the order was served online. If the order is served manually, appeals cannot be filed online. So in the case where orders are served manually, manual appeal needs to be filed. And I don't have the correct subject knowledge expert to tell in manual appeal whether the court fee is required or not. Maybe you can guide us.
I don't think manual appeal available now.
Not manual appeal.
Certainly maybe I don't
Even now, during this month, I could see certain orders are being passed manually by the central authorities. Of course, state authorities are very much advanced when compared to central authorities. They are passing orders through online only. But with regard to central authorities, manually they are passing the orders. So that's the crux of the issue. And we are filing the appeal manually also. Because it is not uploaded, we are filing the appeal manually. The order of the appellate authority is also passed manually. So all these things are routed through manually. And suppose if there is any failure before the first appellate authority, we have to go to the appellate tribunal, and that should be absolutely, it will be in electronic mode. I hope so. And what's going to happen in future, we don't know.
So the one interesting aspect was a judge pronounced a judgment saying I'm allowing your case. But before signing, he died. Before signing, the judge died. There's a reported judgment saying that is a judgment delivered by the bond. Like, for example, appellate commissioner passes the order. He says virtually because it's virtual, non-virtual, different norms may follow. But what do you mean by pronouncing the order? What do you mean by passing an order? What do you mean by delivering an order? Similarly, what you mentioned about the morning notice issued. What is notice issued? Every day we are having cases in the court. Issued means uploaded in the system, or issued and served, or issued per se on a proper person, proper email ID. Wrong email ID is not a proper service. So I'm sure that, like he says, they're going to live long.
Friends, if you don't have much questions, let me ask one question, which is applicable to the person who is in my left-hand side and my right-hand side.
He is right.
Is GST income tax. I am asking a question connected with both GST and income tax. An assessee is selling goods at the rate of 5%, and he is purchasing the raw material at the rate of 18%. Right? So there is excess tax paid when you calculate the tax on outward supply. Tax on inward supply is more. Therefore, you can claim input tax credit. That is one aspect. This is a practical issue which I came across recently. The assessee says, I don't want input tax credit refund. I asked why. He said, I have to pay income tax at the rate of 30%. But the GST, I am getting only 18%, 5% minus 18%, that refund. What is your comments?
True, sir. And 30% is only on 13%, sir. It is not on the entire value. Let's suppose I pay 18% as input tax credit and my outward is 5%. So 13% if I'm getting refund.
Yes.
So my income would be
exactly 13, I think.
let us roughly keep some figures. Let us say 10%. So some percentage, if it is 10% also, I recognize my income only to the extent of 10%. And the tax which I am supposed to pay is 30% on the 10%. So it is effectively only 3%. So in which case, the refund will always be minimal.
I have one pertinent question.
Definitely, sir. I will give a reverse situation to my friend on the left, not the right. See, we are adopting presumptive taxation. Now they are comparing it with GST required. They say we have suppressed tax. Now what is your answer?
Can you repeat the question?
I go to presumptive taxation,
Yes.
say 44 or whatever. When it goes to the income tax department, they say that I will look into your profit and loss account. They say the GST department's report is automatically because everything is and they say GST has shown more. Why are you coming at a 44A as prosecuted income tax? I am within the law. So now because of GST calculation, I am stuck. Whereas in your case, of course, the credit part of it is income tax, no doubt. But I have no option to choose between income tax and the GST. I would. The option is to suppress. That's all.
So your question is the turnover or the outward supply as per GST return. He is filing GST return.
Yes.
He is filing income tax return.
Neela.
In the income tax return, the gross receipt is less compared to the gross receipt as per GST return. As per the income tax documents available with the department, maybe bank statement or maybe annual information statement. So the income tax department will take the turnover as per GST for the purpose of computing the tax, and then he may not be eligible for 44A. That is the answer.
That's a problem. Yeah.
Here in with the state authorities, whenever they go for inspection, they take the records, they take the penal account as per the income tax submissions, and they compare with the GST output liability by computing the GST or returns for the entire year. As well as they compare with the bank credits, they put 3 columns in their notices and they compute whichever is higher they are taking. See, if the income tax turnover is on the higher side, they are taking it. If the bank credit is on the higher side, they are taking it. They compute such amount as your output tax liability and fixed taxation. So that's what is going on. Unless you give correct response to the notice. And one more question, sir. See, it's a pertinent question, wherein I have no money to pay my taxes because I am contractor. I am executing contract work and doing some crores and crores of turnover. Whereas I didn't get money from the government department. Whereas I have to file the GST or 3B. I am an honest person paying the taxes and filing the return. Whereas I have to file the GST or 3B, I have to declare the liability. And as well as file the GST or 1. Whereas though the Act doesn't confer any such situation that unless you pay the taxes, you cannot file the return. Whereas in GST network, if you see, your GST network will not allow you to file your GST or 3B unless you make the payment. Why is contradiction?
No advocate is challenging.
You don't engage me, engage Bhaskar. You will answer it. I don't have the answer.
Bhaskar,
I need answer from Praveen ji.
Even the model GST card, the concept called as valid return. They have defined valid return in the model GST card. It spoke that a return wherein self-assessed taxes are not being paid in full. That was the definition of valid return. Which indirectly meant that there could also be return which is invalid. Which means I could file a return without paying the taxes. So somehow that concept was done away with or stripped away, and we don't have the definition of valid return in the GST Act as of now. So as Sir rightly told that the law prescribes 2 different due dates. One is the due date for payment of taxes, another one is the due date for filing of returns. These both procedures are different, due dates are described and prescribed differently.
Section 12 and Section 13 of the CGST Act defines time of supply, where it tells that the time of supply shall be the point of time when the taxable person is liable to pay the taxes. So that is the point where the liability to pay taxes arise. And Section 39 defines what is the due date for filing of returns. So both are different due dates, both are different procedures. But however, somehow we have, since it has been widely accepted that GST is a technology-based law. We didn't know that it is a GSTN-based law. So now it is a GSTN-based law, and whatever GSTN decides, it needs to be followed. It is something like the Annamalai movie, which tells that Arunachalam movie.
Whether GST network is bigger than the GST law? That's my question.
It appears to be so in practical sense, of course not legally. Practically, like how there was a movie where it says Arunachalam Solran, I'm sorry, Yandava Solra Arunachalam Sera. So it's like how GST and law tells and what the GST network tells and what law does. So as we see the amendments which are coming, first it comes in the portal, then it is codified in the law.
Any questions?
Yes. Thank you, dear panelists. This is the punching question. Which is the biggest one? GST network or
GST law.
GST law? You can answer. Before that, we want to felicitate our senior advocate V.S. Jayakumar, who is also the senior member and leader of the past leader of our federation. I would like to Bhaskar sir to.
My good friend Mr. V.S. Jayakumar is a product of Subrayar Padmanabhan Ramamani's office. It's actually primary, secondary, tertiary. Like that it's going on. I am also a tertiary product of Subrayar office as my senior was also from the same office. Mr. V.S. Jayakumar has authored many books. Recently he has been conferred as a senior advocate of the Madras High Court, and he has been assisting Mr. Arvind P. Datar in writing the book on Constitution. Yesterday the Revenue Bar Association felicitated him and honored him with a achievement award from the hands of the Honorable Chief Justice, and today he is being felicitated by our AIFTP. Tomorrow it will be a hat-trick day. I don't know where he will be felicitated. I would request my chairman, Sri Jafar Ali, to honor him with a shawl.
Be ready, Neelakandan sir will ask some questions and ready to answer. Before that, for concluding, only 2 words will expect from our Johnny sir.
Thank you, Ganesh. Ganesh is very kind enough to give me time for 2 words. I think I should remember one gentleman. He was telling that he has been listening to the teachings of Gita regularly for the last 35 years and lives accordingly. The man who is sitting in the opposite side heard these words and he said, my heart was filled with respect for him. Then the another man who is sitting adjacent to him, he said, Gita is his wife's name. Friends, this is what is happening in our seminar and conferences. We have learned so many things and not understanding properly. That is why we are not able to handle several situations. Therefore,
when you attend this type of programs and seminars, you have to get full clarity on the subjects. That way, our faculties were very kind enough to give you more clarity by CA Ajit and Mr. Praveed. And let me conclude by saying the situation in India. In India, we have seen several frauds, digital fraud, and so many things. That is the area where the tax practitioner should be very much aware of that. Mobile phone, digital arrest, Google Pay issues, banking problems, etc. And we are collecting so much of revenue to the government, paying taxes to the government, and what is happening in the present scenario. I remember a machine invented by Japan. They took it for different countries for testing. The machine is for finding out the thieves. In US, within 30 minutes, it caught 20 thieves. In UK, 30 minutes, it caught 500 thieves. And in Spain, 20 minutes, it caught 25 thieves. And Uganda, 7 minutes, it caught 20,000 thieves. And they brought the machine to India and tested, and within 5 minutes, the machine itself lost. Friends, this is what is happening in our country, in our situation. No GST. Therefore, friends, please consider the credibility of your profession and maintain the credibility and do the best for the nation, for your family, and the society as a whole. With these few words, I thank you all. Best wishes to you.
For 10 questions.
Thank you, sir.
ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? என்னோட குரல் கேட்குதுங்களா? தேங்க்யூ சார். First of all, welcome you all and special thanks to திருச்சி டேக்ஸ் சிம்போசியம் 2025 அட்டகாசமாக காலையில் நடந்துட்டுருக்கு. என்னால் கொஞ்சம் வர முடியல, கொஞ்சம் லேட்டாக வந்து ஐ எம் சாரி. மாற்றிடுறேங்க சார். வெல்கம் டு ப்ரைஸ் கொஸ்டின்ஸ். மூச்சுன்னு பரிசு உண்டு. எப்படின்னாக்கா, நம்ம எல்கேஜி 1வது படிக்கும்போது ஏபிசிடி சொல்லணும் இல்லைங்களா, அதில் எதாவது ஒன்று சொன்னால் போதும். எனக்கு திடீர்னு எனக்கு எதாவது சந்தேகம் வந்ததுனாக்கா அது ஏன் சொன்னீங்கன்னு அப்படி நான் கேட்பேன். அப்போ தான் அதுக்கு கொஞ்சம் வேல்யூ அடிஷனாக இருக்கும். தேங்க்யூ. ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? தேங்க்யூ. ஹூ கேன் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் வேல்யூ பி ரிஜெக்டட் ஃபார் த காம்படிஷன் ஆஃப் வேல்யூ சப்ளை? Whether the buyer and seller are related and price is not the sole consideration. When the buyer and seller are related or price is not the sole consideration, it can never be rejected when the goods are sold at the lower level margin. Eva, B, C, A, D. Come on, D, D, Eva, B. இது எனக்கு சியா. The right option is B. எனக்கு கிளாப் பண்ணலாமே. The value of supply of goods or services shall be transaction value, MRP, market value, none of the above. எல்லாரும் தூக்கத்தில் இருக்கீங்களோ? A is the right option. Mr. Karthikeyan sir from Pondicherry. Sir, basically he is a GST practitioner, sir. Whereas supplier of goods or services pays tax under section 74, 129 and 130, fraud, willful misstatement, etc., then the receiver can avail its credit. Yes, no, yes after, B. Mr. Chairman, sir.
இல்ல ஆர்கனைசர்ஸ் கிடையாது.
அதாவது 74, 129, 130 இந்த 3 செக்ஷனில் இருக்கிற இன்புட் டேக்ஸ் கிரெடிட் எடுக்க முடியாது ரிசீவர். ஒரு செகண்டில் அப்படி சொல்லிடுறேன். Whether a taxable person who has paid CGST and SGST or as the case may be CGST and UTGST on a transaction considered by him to be an intrastate supply but which is subsequently held to be an interstate supply is required to pay interest? Yes or no? No. That mirror man. Kindly clap. B is the right option. Interest pay பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. ஜஸ்ட் ஹெட் தான் மாதிரி இருக்குது. கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு அதனால் ரெவன்யூ லாஸ் எதுவும் இல்லை. தேங்க்யூ. அடுத்துக்கு போயிடலாமா? வாட் இஸ் த டைம் லிமிட் ஃபார் இஷ்யூ ஆஃப் அன் ஆர்டர் இன் த கேஸ் ஆஃப் அதர் தேன் ஃப்ராட், மிஸ்ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஆர் மிஸ்ஃபுல்? 30 months, 18 months, 5 years, 3 years. 3 years. Sir, mirror man, please. This mirror man, yes sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, your good name, please. Mr. Balram, sir. இதுவே ஃப்ராடு அது மாதிரி இருந்தாக்கா 74 இருந்தாக்கா 5 years. Okay. Which of the following is a non-taxable supply under the CGST Act? Supply of goods not available to tax under CGST. Supply of services not available to tax. Supply which is neither a supply of goods or not supply of services. Both A and B. D. Mr. Masa sir from Pondicherry. அதாவது ஃபஸ்ட்டு ரெண்டும் நான் டேக்ஸபிள், மூணாவது இருக்குது ஷெட்யூல் 3, அதனால் சி வராது. போத் பி, ஏ அண்ட் பி. கேன் த அன்யூட்டிலைஸ்டு இன்புட் டேக்ஸ் கிரெடிட் பி ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர்ட் இன் கேஸ் ஆஃப் சேஞ்ச் இன் கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆஃப் பிஸ்னஸ்? நாட் பாசிபிள். நோ, இட் வில் பி எக்ஸாஸ்டட். எஸ், இட் வில் பி ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர்ட் ஒன்லி இஃப் தெர் இஸ் அ ப்ரொவிஷன் ஆஃப் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் லைபிலிட்டிஸ். நன் ஆஃப் த above. சி, அட்வொகேட் சார், மிஸ்டர். This side due to AC.
No, your partiality, all Pondicherry going to Pondicherry.
No, Pondicherry. They are also GST practitioners, sir. Okay. Principal entitled for input credit, input tax credit on input sent for job work if goods sent within 1 year, 3 years, 6 months, 9 months. A is the right option. A is the right option. Within 1 year. A is the right option. Sir. Maximum rate of CGST prescribed for by law for intrastate supply made is 18%, 20%, 40%, 28 plus S. B. Mr. Ravi Kumar sir from Pondicherry. Sir, senior citizen sir.
பாண்டிச்சேரியிலேருந்து வர்றப்ப கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் கொடுத்துட்டாரு.
Sir. Okay, next. Find the correct match of annual returns to be filed. ஸ்பீடாக இருங்க. பாண்டிச்சேரிக்காரங்க எப்படி ஸ்பீடாக இருக்காங்க? காலையில் என்னங்க சாப்பிட்டீங்க? ஓகே. ரிஜிஸ்டர் taxable person form GST 8, input service tax distributor 9, NRTP 9B, compounding taxable person 9 or 4. Which is right? D. அந்த பொண்ணு. Thank you. Very good. பேர்
ஜோதீஸ்வரி.
Super. 11. Okay. Which are the places of business or premises which can be inspected by the proper officer? Any place of business of taxable person, any place of business of taxable person engaged in the business of transporting goods? All of the above. D. Mr. Nagesh sir. இல்லைனாக்கா அவர் என்ன வீட்டுக்கு
2 பேர் சேர்ந்து வச்சுக்கோங்க.
What are the taxes levied on the intrastate supply? CGST, SGST, CGST and SGST, IGST. நீங்க சொல்லக்கூடாது. சி அந்த ஒயிட் ஷர்ட். ஐயா, இன்ட்ராஸ்டேட் சப்ளைல 2 டேக்ஸ் சேர்ந்து வரணும். இதுக்கு இப்போ தான் டியூல் டேக்ஸ். அதனால் சிஜிஎஸ்டி அண்ட் எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி இஸ் த ரைட் ஆப்ஷன். நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும், இதெல்லாம் ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு ஐடியா தான். In case of ISD, whether distributor and recipient should have the same PAN number, yes or no? Mr. Sarvan sir from Madurai. ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான கேள்வியெல்லாம் சொல்றாரு. The first return shall be filed by every registered taxable person for the period from the date on which he became liable for the registration till the date of grant of registration, the date of registration to the last date of month, the date on which he became liable for the registration till the last date of the month, all of the above. Right answer. ஒரு கிளாப் பண்ணலாமே, நல்லா இருக்குமே, கொஞ்சம் சுறுசுறுப்பாக இருக்குமே. வெரி குட்.
Last question.
The time limit to pay the value of supply with the taxes to avail the input tax credit 3 months, 6 months, 180 days till the date of filing of annual return. See the next person. Super sir. அவ்வளோதான் சார். முடிஞ்சிச்சுன்னா இன்னொரு 5 ஓட்டட்டுமா? சரி. Super.
I invite all the prize winners to come to the stage for a photograph.
Wishing you all a success and looking forward to the future, and again we meet you in a future session. Thank you.
திருச்சிக்கு வழங்கிய சவுத் சேனின் முன்னாள் சேர்மன் திரு பாஸ்கர் அவர்களுக்கும் திரு கணேசன்ஜி அவர்களுக்கும் மற்றும் சவுத் சோன் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை மிகவும் சீரும் சிறப்புமாக தனி ஒருவனாக அனைவரையும் அரவணைத்து சென்ற எங்கள் மாவட்ட தலைவர் திரு சுகுமார் அவர்கள் இந்த செயலை இவரை கொண்டு தான் முடிக்க முடியும் என்றால் அதை அவரே முடிப்பார். மிகவும் விழா நாயகனாக சீரும் சிறப்புமாக செய்த அவருக்கு எவ்வளவு பொன்னாடைகள் போர்த்தினாலும் சரி, நாங்கள் செய்கின்ற மனமுகர்ந்த நன்றியை அவர்களுக்கு காணிக்கையாக வழங்குகின்றோம். நன்றி சுகுமார், உங்களால் மட்டும்தான் இதை முடியும். இதையும் சிறப்பாக மிகவும் செய்யணும்.
தேங்க்யூ ஆல்.